All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsniki. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note for the record that all the accused are present in court today. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752, there's a preliminary matter the panel would like to address. The panel recalls that on 24 May 2024, it informed the parties and participants that it would issue a ruling on the SBO's request to amend the exhibit list, which is F02279, and the Thaçi defense request for exclusion of materials in limine, which is F02312, after the Court of Appeals panel had issued its ruling on the matters arising from the single judge's decisions authorizing special investigative measures. The panel notes that the Court of Appeals panel issued its decision on 4 July 2024. The panel further recalls that the Selimi defense, Krasniqi defense, and the Veseli defense requested a briefing schedule to make Rule 138 submissions with respect to the material at issue in the SBO's request to amend the exhibit list and the Thaçi defense request for exclusion of materials in limine. Should the defense wish to add to its submissions in light of the ruling of the Court of Appeals panel, the defense is ordered to do so no later than 16 July 2024. Any response to such submissions should be made by the SBO no later than 22 July 2024, and no replies will be entertained. This concludes the panel's oral order. Now we'll continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if I could just ask for a clarification, does that also include the Thaçi defense? Thank you.
Your Honour, just as an update on timing, I expect to finish at some point in the latter half of the second session, just before lunch. We'll see how it goes, but that's my estimate at the moment.
Thank you for the update. Good morning, Mr. Zarapi.
Good morning.
Remind you once again to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you once again that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer. And if such a question arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. We now continue with the cross-examination by the Salimi defense. Please give Mr. Roberts your attention.
Thank you, Your Honour, and good morning, Mr. Zarapi. I hope you're well rested.
Thank you, all good, thanks.
To move now on to Rahavats, and obviously you remember discussing Rahavats relatively extensively in your SBO interview.
Okay.
Nitsa, at the time that you heard of the outbreak of this fighting, weren't you? Or you were in the Dukajin zone, sorry, I should be more specific.
Concrete kam zone.
I was in the Dukajin zone in the Rechka territory.
You were informed about the fighting by Lahi Brahimai, was that right?
Lahim Brahima came to collect me at Jablanitz and sent me all the way to Rahavet.
That was because you were in the zone that he came from, was that right?
Yes.
Over the role of head of the operations directorate at the time, as you've told us, and it took you, I think, 2 full days pretty much to get close to Rahavats. Is that fair?
Yes.
Of the difficulty in part of getting round Serb forces in those areas? Because it's not that long a distance as the crow flies, is it?
It is not a long distance, however, not all was under the KLA control, so a lot of care had to be taken in order to avoid clashing with Serb forces.
Today that trip would only take a couple of hours, I presume. Is that reasonable? Or even less than that, I don't know.
That's right.
You arrived, I think you told the SPO that everything was over in Rahavats. That's part 2 of your interview at page 26. Is that right?
That's right.
There was fighting in Optarusha, but you were in another zone at the time.
I was at Brahovets, in the road between Rahovets and Malishev, whilst that event was on the other side. I was not immediately aware of what had happened over there, given that we were setting up the defense lines on the route between Rahovets and Malishev, so we had no possibility really of thinking of what was happening elsewhere.
Just to be clear, the closest you got to, say, Optarusha was 10 kilometers away, was that right?
A bit more.
And you were very clear in your SPO interview that you, the fighting or the whatever you wish to call it in Rahavats was not discussed with you in advance, was it? That's your SPO interview, part 2, page 28.
That's right.
Lies to your knowledge, and tell us if you don't know, but you don't know that Mr. Salimi had any knowledge of that before the fighting started, did you?
That's correct, yes.
You confirmed to the SBO that there were some discussions before Rahavats about the theoretical possibility of launching an attack on a town by KLA forces, but the nature and scope of these discussions are unclear. Now, my understanding is that you had these theoretical discussions within the operational department as part of your normal routine work. Is that correct?
Po, bised
Yes. The operational directorate always explores all defensive or offensive operations, and the objective of the operations directorate and the KLA was the liberation of Kosovo, and so options have been considered, and the possibility of preparing all the units for this eventuality.
A routine discussion that would examine different possibilities at some point in the future. Is that fair?
po. Jo vetëm ato,
Correct. And not confined to those, but including other actions too.
And to be clear, any specific plan in relation to a particular town or village would have to take into account many other very specific factors in relation to that town, wouldn't it? Such as the amount of forces in that, amount of opposition forces in that town.
po, kur marrim një operacion tillë,
When such an operation is undertaken, and let me explain very briefly, in addition to taking on board the opposition forces in that town or city, then you take on board your own forces, what equipment you have, the population there, means of communication, supplies, and the feasibility of the objective so that it is reached with as little damage as possible. So in brief, this is what you have to take on board when mounting an operation, regardless of whether it is of a defensive or offensive nature.
And that presumably includes also the topography of the area, whether it's on a hill, whether it's in a valley, lots of different factors that are very specific to the individual location that you're planning to have an operation in.
po saktë, nuk është vetëm
That's correct. And not only the topography, but the weather too. What kind of climate we have over there, so that all the activities can be carried out. So this is what I try to outline in brief regarding these kinds of operations.
So any general or generic discussions that you may have had about the theoretical possibility of launching operations was very far distant from actually launching any operation at that time. Is that right?
po saktë.
Correct, yes.
For all members of the general staff or the operational department that you had discussions with at that time of a similar view that this was just not something that the KLA was able to do at that point?
Po, folën në besim.
Yes, in our discussions with the operations department at the time, we came to the conclusion that the units were not ready for this kind of operations and more work needed to be done.
That Mr. Salimi's view as well, do you recall?
Po edhe Zoti Selimi, Zoti
Mr. Selimis, Mr. Bashotas, mine, Agim's, it was shared by all of us who worked in this directorate.
Mr. Chelai, I presume.
po.
Yes, sorry.
So when you got to Rahavats, you were told by the local staff or the local staff units that the fighting was not initiated by the general staff, but was an initiative of the local staffs themselves. And that's what you told the SPO at page 31, so P134. 55.2. That's part 2 of your interview. Is that right?
Saktë kështu është.
That's correct, yes.
In the following way, this is what you were told by the local staffs, was that the initial action was taken by the local staff of Rahovats, the deputy commander of this staff, for operational reasons, a guy known by the name of Pictori, the painter, the proper name being Gazim Muhabazi, I think. I can't quite remember his surname now. The way it was explained to me by their command was that he had entered with a group of soldiers into Rahovats to visit the family or relatives. He was detected by the Serbian forces that were in town, that he was already in town. They surrounded them and they attacked them. Then the Rahovats local staff joined in, and once this attack started widening, they asked for help from other units. Did you have any reason to doubt the truthfulness of what he told you?
Nga aspekti jam
No, from my position, I wasn't able to have any doubts. I asked the local staff command who were there, and from the conversations that I had with other colleagues of this staff, I was able to corroborate these versions. So no, I had no doubts.
Told to you by everyone you met that was the reason, that was how the fighting had started.
po, kështu ka
Yes, that was how the local Rahovets staff people explained it to me.
And in the 26 years almost to the day since then, you haven't had any other information which would undermine what they told you or contradict what they told you, have you?
po derisa
The people from that command still live today, and they have told me exactly the same thing and nothing else.
Now, you told the SPO that when you arrived, Mr. Bishotta briefed you about assistance the General Staff had been seeking from local units. Is that right?
po.
Yes.
And so again, this was the General Staff seeking assistance from the local units, wasn't it? It wasn't them ordering the local units to do anything.
Po, në ato me
Yes, at the time, assistance was sought from other units.
And you explained to the SPO that Mr. Bishotta was briefing you about the movement of the civilian population. And to be clear, this was the Albanians of Kosovo being forced out of Rahovats in light of Serb shelling and artillery. Is that right?
po, kështu është.
That's right, yes.
Described, or the result of that was described by another witness as resembling Vukovar in the Croatian War. Is that consistent with your recollection or your understanding of what happened in Rahovats?
Po, kujtohet mirë dhe ndodhi në Rove.
I remember the Rahovets events. I cannot compare it to Vukovar, who was razed to the ground in its entirety. There was a lot of damage in Rahovets too, but the similarity is the same, where the displacement of people from their own homes is concerned.
To be clear, this was very extensive Serb shelling of Rahavac, which forced the Kosovo Albanian population out of Rahavac under fire, to put it that way.
Po, edhe zjarret e artillerisë,
Yes, it was due to the artillery fire, but also the attacks by the infantry that were ongoing at the time.
On the ground in Rahavac.
po, jo pak po kogje.
Yes, and they were not few numbers. There was a large number who were in Rahovac and who, in fact, had arrived there from other locations, from other directions, in order to take part in this attack in Rahovac.
Of how many specific forces from the Serb side there were at that point, or is that too difficult to estimate?
Më qenë pak sakt nuk mund.
You cannot estimate it exactly because I was moving to and fro at the time, but even before the attack began, there were roughly 1,000 troops deployed inside Rahovac municipality, all armed. Other units joined from the direction of Jakova and Prizren, so the estimate is another 1,000 arrived, bringing the number overall roughly to 2,000 people. They were equipped and they also had the benefit of heavy artillery or otherwise heavy weaponry used during this operation.
When you met Mr. Salimi in or around Rahavac, you said he briefed you. I'll rephrase the question. You explained that when you saw Mr. Salimi, that him and Mr. Bashota were assisting in building up the defence lines. Is that right?
Po, kështu.
That's right.
That he briefed you on this as to what had been done or what they were trying to do in conjunction with the local units. Is that right?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
And this is consistent with the role that you explained Mr. Salimi carrying out together with you for the previous 6 weeks since your arrival into Kosovo. It was trying to assist these local units in setting up defensive lines, measures, whatever they are.
Po.
Yes.
SPO that this action was carried out in the following manner, and this is part 2 of your interview at page 35, so that's P1355.2. Your answer was, so question, okay, and giving orders to local units to coordinate the defence efforts. Answer, your answer, yes, at first, yeah, and then once the zone commander came, he then took over. There were various units that came to help. I assigned them to various parts of the defence line, and once I assigned them to various places, and also them starting to cooperate with each other, the operation was taken over by the zone commander. And the reason for that was because there were other attacks in other areas. I had to then go and assist other commanders who were commanders, but they didn't have fighting experience. Do you remember telling the SPO that?
Po.
Yes.
So the local units were asking you for assistance, you were giving them the assistance and direction to help, and then shortly after the zone commander took over. Was the zone commander Musa Yashari at that point, or was it someone else?
Po, në këtë rast e ka qenë.
Yes, Musa Yashari was the zone commander at the time.
So, and how long were you around the area of Rahavat before you then went on to help other commanders in other areas, if you remember that?
Shpënoj bashkësak ditë, po
I can't recall exactly, but it was over a number of days during which we reinforced the defense lines. And as a matter of fact, there were another 4 or 5 Serb attacks trying to penetrate into the territory, so I can roughly estimate that we stayed there for 4 or 5 days at least, if not more.
During your interview with the SPO, you were shown a document by a report purportedly by Agim Kuchi, dated the 21st of July 1998. Do you recall that document? I'll put it up on screen, actually, please, the court officer. So that's P1329, which is ERNU 001-7877. Just so you can see on screen and familiarize yourself with that document. So, to be clear, I think you confirmed in your SPO interview you'd never seen this before, didn't you?
po saktë është.
Yes, that's correct.
First line of the document, it states on the 20th of July 1998 at 2300 hours, the commander of the KLA local staff, Blerem Kuchi, by order of the KLA general staff, gave an order for the villages of Thaçi and Hoce, apologies again for my pronunciation, inhabited by Serbs, to be attacked. And you were directed specifically to that first line, and your evidence was in relation to this. You have to ask him about that because he did not discuss this with me. He didn't request for anything. Sorry, he didn't request for any. He didn't request anything. I did not have this information at the time. Now, just to be clear, is your evidence that you didn't give him an order to attack those villages?
Jo,
Nope.
That you know from the general staff similarly gave an order to him. Is that also correct?
që komandioni antarët e shtabit.
The staff members, including those who were close to me and those in other territory, I don't think they could have ordered this gentleman to attack these villages, because I would have known that Sokol, Recep were there close to me, and none of them gave that order, to the best of my knowledge of the time.
The first line also obviously doesn't specify the date, reference, content, or any other information about this supposed order, does it? It's very generic, if I can use that expression.
Po, saktë.
That's correct, yes.
The SBO that you didn't know that Serb civilians had been captured during the attack because you were at the front line and had no time to see about these things because you had to move on to the other area, as I think you've just told us, and that you only found out about it much later. Is that right?
Po, shumë saktë.
Yes, very correct, yes.
On of the SPO interview?
Sorry, yes. It is the SBO interview part 3. So that's P1355.3. page 12. I can read out the quote actually for the record if that helps. Okay.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. And so just so I understand, from these front lines, your evidence is that you simply just wouldn't receive any information about prisoners if any had been taken?
Po, për atë kohë,
Yes, it is very clear. We did not have that information at the time.
That's consistent with what you told us yesterday about the role of the Operations Directorate, isn't it? That it just does not have a role in relation to prisoners or anyone who is detained during operations.
po saktë.
That's correct, yes.
And was that consistent of your experience, your knowledge of Mr. Salimi, that he was much more happy being at the front lines during the conflict?
Po, gjatë asaj kohës,
At the time, while he was with me, he was at all times on the front lines, wherever assistance was needed.
And when you confirmed to the SBO that abduction of civilians may have been common knowledge in the area, and that's part 3 of your interview, page 14, and I'll just read the quote so you know exactly what was said. Question, and do you think it's fair to say that the abduction of dozens of civilians and their disappearance would also have been relatively common knowledge in the area? And your answer was yes. Firstly, do you remember saying that to the SBO?
po, normalisht kam thonë.
Yes, I did say that.
But am I right in understanding that that is intended to be very limited to the local Rahavats area rather than to Kosovo as a whole?
Po pyetja ishte për konkrete për çat.
The question was specifically for that particular time and for that particular place, not for the entire territory of Kosovo.
And you told the SBO that you were not aware of efforts by the General Staff to determine whether prisoners had been taken and what happened to them. That's right, isn't it?
Po saktë, ashtu kam thonë.
That's right, yes, that's what I said.
Told the SBO more generally about the obligation on the General Staff to do something when they receive or if they receive information about civilians being taken. So this is part 3 of your interview, page 16. And your evidence, and I think I'll read it for the record, it's easier. Question, and you said that commander is responsible to make a determination of whether or not civilians were taken and what happened to them. Did I understand that correctly? Answer, yes, the commander of that zone. Okay, and who were they responsible to report that to? Answer, the Central Staff at the time. Question, and if the Central Staff receives a report saying that civilians were taken, but not providing information about the fate of these people, what is the responsibility of the General Staff then? Answer, if they haven't taken anybody, then the responsibility is with the person or the ones who have done this act. They have undertaken this act. And if the General Staff has been informed and has not done anything about it, it has to give an explanation of why this has happened. Now, I know that was quite a long quote, but can you confirm that was your evidence to the SBO and that's still your evidence?
Po, plotësisht.
Yes, fully.
Is that the zone commander is exclusively responsible for determining whether civilians would be taken. Is that right?
Po,
Yes, at the time that's how it was.
If the zone commander was notified that civilians had been taken, he was supposed to report that to the general staff or the central staff.
sagt.
Correct.
The central staff at the time would be completely dependent on whether the zone commander did report such information to you.
Po, vërtet është.
Correct. That's true.
The zone commander hadn't received any information from his brigades or from, at that point, whatever there was, local units, because we're in July, that prisoners had been taken, then there would be nothing that the zone commander could notify the central staff of, could there?
Po, sakt është.
This is correct, yes.
So your evidence that the central staff would have to give an explanation would only arise if information had been provided to the zone commander, and then the zone commander had provided it to the central staff, and then nothing had been done. It's only in those specific set of circumstances. Is that right?
Po, sakt.
That's right, yes.
You're very clear, to your knowledge, no such report regarding served prisoners was sent to you either at that stage or later, was it?
Po, as mua, po as.
Correct. Neither to me or to any other member of the operations directorate, as far as I know.
Now, after the attack and the negative consequences, if I can say, that it led to, you were asked about an investigation as to who was responsible for it. And you explained, so this is part 3 of your interview, P1355.3, page 17. You stated, my position was such that I was engaged only on the operational side and the training. On the other hand, there are others and they should have carried out investigations, but I do not know to what extent the members of the general staff could have been able to have undertaken any investigation. Do you remember saying that to the SPO, and is that still your evidence?
Po, precisht.
Yes, entirely.
Say exactly that members of the general staff would have been unable to carry out an investigation at that time, and we're talking July and August at this stage, 1998.
Po e thon për arsye se
As I explained, the level of development of the KLA and the general staff at that time, there were no resources or departments that could deal with this issue. This was under the legal sector, but that was not operational at the time to be able to investigate these cases. Not only at general staff level, but also at zone levels, it was not possible for these sectors to be developed at the time.
So they also didn't have the structures to investigate?
jo, struktura e shtabit.
They didn't have structures. As I said, the staff did not have the appropriate structure at the time, let alone the lower levels.
Now, we understand that you obviously left to Albania in mid-September, up until mid-November. I think you came back around about the 12th of November. So, to your knowledge, were there any general staff meetings in Kosovo during your absence, or do you not have information about that?
Io non kam nori me atë.
I don't have any knowledge about this.
But in any of the, and did you have any general staff meetings in Albania at the time?
Po aty s'kemi pas nevojë të si gjithë.
I was always with the general or overall commander, and there was no need for a meeting. Any decision that had to be taken was taken directly. This is during the time I was in Albania. I stayed there for a little time and then went abroad. This was in September, and then I returned in October when the talks between us and the Bukoshi government began.
The focus at that time, just to be clear, there was no discussion with you at that point of Rahovats, or am I correct in that? And prisoners that had been taken in Rahovats.
Sa më kujtohet mua, jo fare.
As far as I remember, no, not at all.
Now, I'd like to move on to now the issue of the Inspector General and the appointment and role of Mr. Salimi in that position. And you were asked by the SPO about Mr. Salimi's role as the Inspector General of the KLA. And first of all, you were asked about when you took over your role as the head of the operational department, and we know that's mid-July. Now, it's clear there was no position of Inspector General in the KLA before Mr. Salimi assumed that position. That's right, isn't it?
Po saktë.
That's right, yes.
Right that your evidence is that Mr. Salimi assumed that position at some point after you took over from Mr. Bashota as head of the Operations Directorate in mid-July.
First of all, when I took over the position from Mr. Bashota, I didn't know about the role of the inspector. I was not familiar with the structure in place before that time. However, from July onwards, he was with me, we were together, he assisted me with the local units, and also during operations. The attack started in mid-July, and whenever we would go out on the ground to the front lines, we just helped from operational point of view the units, and we did not exercise any other duty or task.
Right, and that continued up until you left for Albania? Is that right, in terms of what your tasks and what Mr. Salimi's tasks were, to your recollection?
Po, deri në shtator, kur më largu.
Yes, up until September when I left for Albania.
And there was no official appointment decision of Mr. Salimi that you've ever seen, is there, as Inspector General?
Jo, në atë kohë s'e kam pa.
No, there wasn't. I know that when we began with the restructuring of the general staff, the position of general inspector was established, and Mr. Salimi was appointed to that position.
So, right. And in September and October, there was a lot of fighting going on, as you've talked about. But you were obviously in Albania from mid-September onwards, so you don't specifically know what Mr. Salimi was doing. Is that right?
Po saktë.
That's correct, yes.
But obviously, up until the point that you've left, he was doing similar to what he had done before. in terms of setting up defensive operations. In terms of October, when there was the ceasefire, are you aware at all of Mr. Salimi's role in assisting certain wounded soldiers and civilians to escape or to leave to leave to Albania for medical treatment? Are you aware of his role in that at all? I understand fully that you were in Albania at the time, so it may well be that you don't have information, but just whether you were aware of his role, including Muja Krasniqi and Becir Gashi, and assisting them to go to Albania.
Nuk e di, nuk kam dionin.
I was not aware about that. I know that Muj Krasniqi and the group of the wounded went to Albania for medical treatment. However, as to when and how it happened, that I don't know and I cannot comment on it.
But you are aware that during the ceasefire, that was a time when a significant number of people who had been wounded were evacuated to Albania to receive the medical treatment that they were not able to receive up until that point.
Po, saktos nuk është vetë.
That's correct. Not only during that time, but in general, from the beginning of the war, those that were seriously wounded would not be treated inside Kosovo and had to be evacuated abroad. And from September onwards, we would take the wounded outside Kosovo for treatment.
Now, we've discussed a couple of times the trip to the LAP zone in mid-August, and you were shown an appointment a formal appointment of Kadri Castrati on the 17th of August 1998. Do you recall being shown that by the prosecution? I think it was early last week.
Po.
Yes, I do.
Any reference, and we can put it on screen actually, so that's P1392. If we could just have that on screen in English and Albanian. So if we just scroll up to see the signature and the stamp at the bottom in both. And I think we can see it says signed Recep Salimi, but obviously no reference in that document to him being Inspector General. He's not signing that as the Inspector General, is he? Excuse me.
Po, saktë është.
That's right, yes.
And at that point, again up till September, and I think it's unlikely given your evidence that he didn't assume that post until November, but he didn't introduce himself as Inspector General at that stage in your interactions with him to other people.
Po, saktë është.
That's correct, yes.
I know this is perhaps a silly question, but you never saw a stamp of the Inspector General on any document, did you, at that stage, or even later?
Jo, asnjëherë s'ka.
There was never a special stamp for Inspector General.
And similarly, if we can just put on screen P920, and this is the same point, this is the formal appointment of Nasif Ramabaya in the Dukajin zone. Just the Albanian, actually, because it's just to see Actually, no, sorry, if we can put both on, my apologies. And again, it's just the same point as I was making before. This is 2 weeks later, 1st of September. Again, this is a signature by Mr. Salimi, but again, no reference to Inspector General at all there either, is there?
Po sakt.
Correct, yes.
I know from you, we obviously discussed yesterday your extensive experience in the Bosnian army and obviously the JNA as well. There is the post of Inspector General doesn't exist. That specific post of Inspector General does not exist either in the JNA army, Army of the former Yugoslavia, or the Bosnian army. And whether it exists now, it certainly didn't before 1998, did it?
Është sakt që nuk ka
It is correct that such a post did not exist. In GNA, there was a general inspectorate of the defense, which would carry out more or less the same duties. There was no such position in the Bosnian army. Such position did not exist in the KLA before the restructuring of the general staff. With the restructuring, such a position was created, the position of the Inspector General, who would inspect and check on the army.
Right, and I think you explained at the end of your SPO interview that a lot of the structural changes that occurred between August and November within the KLA were because of discussions with internationals or actually no, with discussions with internationals.
Po, na ka mundësu në atë kohë me bisedën ndërkombëtare.
Yes, it enabled us with our talks with international representatives and the ceasefire.
And just to be clear, Mr. Salimi never specifically proposed or requested to be Inspector General, did he?
Po, e saktë është.
That's correct, yeah.
If I suggest that the idea for this post came in large part from Mr. Cheku, who bought a NATO organogram at the end of August, is that something that you're aware of or not?
Nuk është saktë ashtu si po e thoni.
What you're saying is not correct. The organigram and the structuring began from November. I drafted it. Mr. Cheku sent me some material, but most of the material was translated by me, and this is how we structured the directorates. And out of that structure, we also made the position of the Inspector General, and Mr. Recep Selimi was appointed to that position. In fact, it was my recommendation.
Okay, so you're taking information that you're receiving from abroad, in part from Mr. Cheku, but also from your own experience to come up with the reformed structure, if I can put it that way?
Po, është faktosh se të gjithë
That's correct. These structures were copied from the existing NATO structures at the time, with the aspiration to develop the army in this respect and to achieve liberation and independence. So it was the basis for the restructuring of the KLA, taking into consideration the basic structures that we had in place at the time.
And just to ask, why NATO structures? Why were you so keen to not copy, but take inspiration from NATO structures, if I can use that expression?
është frymëzimin me çeceka dhe parku tash edhe si
As I explained already, our aspiration was to liberate Kosovo and to create an army that later would join the NATO forces, an army that is based on the Western model rather than the Eastern one.
And that would require quite a change in certain aspects, because obviously a lot of people who had experience may have had experience from the Eastern one, which I presume you mean from the JNA style army. Is that right?
është e saktë që shumica kanë pas.
It is true that many followed that model, but some of the officers that had joined the KLA also had experience from NATO country systems. So the aspiration was to base the army on the Western model, not the Eastern one.
Your Honour, I'm actually just about to get into some detail now, so maybe if it's a convenient time, if we can have the short break now.
Thank you. Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break at this time. Please don't talk about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. We continue with Mr. Roberts' questions.
Hello again, Mr. Zarapi. We were just getting to the issue of Mr. Salimi's duties and responsibilities as Inspector General. Now, in your SBO interview, so this is part 7, P1355.7, page 23, you're asked, what did that role involve? Sorry, this is talking about Mr. Salimi's role as Inspector General. What did that role involve? What did he do in that position, or what were his responsibilities? Your answer, these responsibilities as the General Inspector was to inspect the units, how ready they were, to what operational level they had come up to. If there was a lack of discipline, then he would have informed the commander and many other tasks that I can't remember at the moment. You then also explained, page 24 in the English, page 25 in the Albanian, about Mr. Salimi. He'd often go and carry out orders to visit units further down the chain, to check on their preparation level, how the rules of structure are being implemented, are they meeting or implementing the duties that they have been tasked with. These were his main duties. I don't remember every single one of them. Now, do you recall telling the SBO that to start?
Po.
Yes, I do.
And although you explained that there were other duties, am I correct in understanding that that was what you understood his role to be largely?
Po, në pikë shkurtë kom.
Yes, I explained briefly. You can't explore every single one of those aspects.
Am I right that some of those duties overlap in part with what he had already been doing in July, August, September as part of the operations department?
Pjesë e drejtorisë.
Yes, he was a member of the Operations Directorate, and he carried out tasks that were relevant to the Operations Directorate. And at the time, it wasn't possible to go and inspect the readiness of the units because we weren't organized to that level to be able to carry that out.
But there were certain similarities in terms of what he needed to do. You need to go meet some of the units, see what they have available, see what logistics they may be lacking, things like that.
Po, nga aspekti.
Yes, from the aspect of discipline and others, yes, there is some similarity.
I'll get to discipline a bit later. Now, in terms of offices or facilities available, I'm correct, aren't I, that there was no office of the Inspectorate General that was in Divjak? You know, you were shown photographs of different buildings in Divjak. There was no office complex that was available to the Inspectorate General, was there?
Po, e saktë është në.
That's correct. No, there wasn't any such office. I explained what offices there were and where they were located. As a matter of fact, we did not have those many premises at our disposal so that every single sector would have their own separate offices. So the inspector was on the move all the time, sometimes was at Ladrov's, sometimes at Bieshkut e Berishus, and so I was able to see him at those locations.
Right. And you were very clear to the SPO that any individuals who accompanied Mr. Salimi when he was travelling around were not military police officers. And that's right, isn't it? And for the record, that's part 7 of your interview, page 27.
Po.
That's right.
Now, you mentioned one specific individual who was with Mr. Salimi. That's a person by the name of Avdi Ratchi. Do you remember telling the SPO about that? About him, sorry.
Po Avdi Ratzi.
Yes, Avdi Ratzi.
An inspector working in the inspectorate of the Inspector General, was he? He was essentially a driver for Mr. Salimi.
Zoti Ratzi ka qenë për cjell.
Mr. Ratzi was one of the people who always went in his company. He drove and was always in his company.
To your knowledge, he wasn't carrying out any inspections or anything like that himself, Mr. Ratzi. He was there accompanying Mr. Salimi when he was travelling round, as you said.
Po qartë.
That's correct, yes.
You also mentioned an individual by the name of Alusha Gushi as being someone close to Mr. Salimi and being used by him. So that's part 7 of your interview, page 27. Just to be very clear, Mr. Agushi had no formal role within the Inspector General department at all, did he?
Po, saktë është.
That's correct, yes.
The role within the general staff as a whole, to your knowledge?
Jo.
He did not.
If there's actually evidence that he operated as head of the 192 Mala unit, is that information that you're aware of?
Po, bënte pjesë brigadë.
Yes, that was part of a separate brigade under the auspices of the General Staff.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Agushi had with him about 10 to 15 soldiers, I believe. And I just want to read out part of your evidence to the SPO, so I'm very clear as to exactly what you're meaning. So this is your SPO interview, part 7, page 27. And this is in relation to Mr. Agushi. And it states, and there was another one that was very close to him and used by him, a guy by the name Alusha Gushi, who was from the Dukajin zone. He always had with him about 10, 15 soldiers. Now, sorry, I'll just complete the quote. I don't know what sort of freedom they had to operate, but I don't know if they were, I don't know whether this group of soldiers were under his command or not. Now, I just want to be very clear that I understand your evidence. Those soldiers were with Mr. Agushi. They are not under the command of Mr. Salimi. Is that correct?
Po, saktë.
Correct, yes.
And when he would travel around, he would obviously be meeting soldiers around on the front lines or when carrying out his visits. So he would often be in the company of soldiers, would he not?
Po.
Yes, in the company of soldiers, officers serving in that zone or in that staff.
Impression that he has some authority over them, but these are just individuals that he is visiting, not subordinates of his, are they?
Asnjëherë s'kam thënë që janë varëse.
I never said they were their subordinates. However, these were controls being carried out, and there were people known to him from before, yes.
Be seen in the company of soldiers around, but the point I'm making is the fact that he was in their company doesn't mean that he had any direct authority over them.
Po, qartë.
That's correct, yes.
And just to be clear, there was, when we say the Inspector General, or the Inspector General's department, or any phrase like that, it is only Mr. Salimi, isn't it, who operated as the Inspector General. He didn't have a department, a directorate, anything underneath his authority.
Monatko joo, nuka.
At the time, no.
Now, in terms of his authority, you gave evidence to the panel on the 2nd of July. So that was the second day of your testimony here to the prosecution about a special unit that was attached to the general staff and about an order or an indication that you'd given that they had no right to arrest anybody. And we can just put that document on screen if it helps. This is in relation to P901. If we could put that on the screen, please. So for the record, that's U0006954. And if we go to ERN U0006967, I believe in English and Albanian. If we could just go to the following page in the English. I just want to try and check that. There we go. That's the English. If we could have the equivalent page in the Albanian, and my apologies, I don't have the reference in front of me. Yes, there we go. And so that was what you wrote on that. That was you writing it, wasn't it?
Në shkrimin nuk është jam e pa.
The words are mine, however, the signature is not.
But you explained that the reason behind this is because and sorry, this is
Sorry, correction by the interpreter. The writing, the handwriting, rather than the signature.
Thank you. You explained, this is transcript page T17442. The reason behind this instruction was because the Reconnaissance Rapid Response Unit is not a unit supposed to deal with arrests. This was used on one occasion by the Inspector General in a village in the territory of Pastric Zone, and that was the reason why this order was issued. Question by the Inspector General, are you referring to Recep Salimi? Answer, yes. Question, were the people armed or unarmed that were arrested? Answer, they were not arrested, but the disciplinary measure was issued as a result of disciplinary issues that had occurred in the village, and on which occasion this unit was used to enforce that. And it should not have been the case. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Posakt.
Yes, I do. It's accurate.
When this occurred, roughly?
Kjo ka ndodhur në
It occurred in 1999, if I recall correctly, in March 1999, in the village of Krush Emade.
My understanding of this document is that obviously Mr. Salimi is attempting to use this unit. He doesn't have any staff himself, as we've discussed, and then you prohibited him from using this unit to undertake disciplinary measures. Is that a correct understanding of your evidence?
Spikparet është e vërtetë.
First, it is true that Mr. Salimi did not have a special unit under him. He had the military police units that he could have used. However, even to make use of this unit, the commander has to be notified. If the commander has authorizes, that's another matter. I have explained that this unit should not be used for these purposes. It has been set up for intervention needs and for intelligence, rather reconnaissance work, rather than for making arrests. And I've explained that Mr. Salimi has not made use of it for arresting people, but it is a unit that should always be at the ready to intervene, and that is the context within which I explained it.
And when you say that he could have made use of military police, we talked earlier, obviously, that he had no direct authority over military police. So any requests that he could have used military police for would have to go via the zone commander. Is that right?
Inspektorët përgjithshëm në këtë drejtohet.
The Inspector General does not go to zone commanders, but to the general commander for the use of the military police that were attached to the general staff and who could have been used. In their absence, he can draw on the zone units with the authorization of the commander of the zone. Whilst these units can be used only where groups are armed and are about to intervene and cause trouble, so these units can be used to face up to this threat in order to disarm them.
Just to be clear that I understand your evidence, he obviously can't directly go to any military police units. He doesn't have that authority.
Po sakt as policisë.
That's correct, and that applies to the military police as well as to these reconnaissance units.
Okay. Now, you explained that, as we discussed earlier, in relation to his authority, this was in part relation to discipline. But there's no specific instructions, as far as you're aware, as to what exactly is encompassed by this, or whether he did indeed have the specific authority or responsibility for discipline.
Si mendoni edhe një herë?
So what do you mean? What do you mean? The question was not quite clear.
The point I'm making, you, and I quoted part of your SBO interview where you said in part that Mr. Salimi's authority was discipline, but there was no written document that we've seen which specifically states that. Is that something you're aware of?
Dokument mund të
There may be a document on the responsibilities of the Inspector General, but as a matter of fact, we did not manage to have documents for everything. We had some internal regulations that have to do with the delineation of tasks of the, say, operations department and other units and so on and so forth. This whole process was under development. For a sector to be fully operational, you have to have an array of rules and regulations, which we never managed in order to clearly lay out the tasks and responsibilities of each and every unit. Something, as I say, we never managed to.
Understood. If we could look at one of the documents that you've been, I think, shown in relation to discipline, and that's the supposed disciplinary regulations for the KLA. That's P715. If we could put that on screen, and if we could go to page U0061611 in the English. and the same in the Albanian. Now, do you see in the top left-hand corner of that document, Mr. Zarapi, the paragraph number 8? And I'll read the English. It says the directors, this is setting out supposed disciplinary measures that are available. It states that the directors of the directorates in the KLA GHQ have as to their specialist military personnel the rights of a corps commander, except for 6H, which is except for the right to remove someone or discharge someone, and B, when they, meaning the directors of directorates in the KLA, lead an inspection and monitoring team of the general staff, they have the rights of a corps commander. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
Provisions. Mr. Salimi, who is not a director of a directorate, doesn't have that disciplinary authority, does he?
That is correct that he does not. However, as an Inspector General, he has the authority to exercise control.
But it is important, you would understand, and I'm sure agree with, that to have a specific authority to issue a disciplinary measure to be able to do so, would it not? Otherwise, obviously, there'd be the risk that you would be imposing a disciplinary measure that you didn't have the authority to impose.
That is correct. He did not have that authority, but neither did the directors. Only the brigade and zone commanders, as well as the general commander, had that authority.
Now, you mentioned that to the SPO, the Inspector General, Mr. Salimi, this is Part 7, page 23, wasn't on the same level. Okay, I'll read the full quote, actually. Question, so what authorities did he have as General Inspector that distinguished him from simply being another guy in the operational department? Your answer, the inspector wasn't on the same level, it wasn't equal to the other directorates. And I think you suggest that it was on the level, so this is page 24, of the general commander. That means that he received instructions from the general commander in terms of the inspections, and he would carry out the tasks that he was assigned by him. Now, do you recall telling the SPA that?
Yes, and that is accurate.
The general commander was Azam Zula, wasn't he?
Correct, yes.
In Albania for pretty much the entire time, from when Mr. Salimi assumed the role of Inspector General up until he became named in the provisional government. So between November and April, sorry, November 98 and April 99.
Correct, yes.
So practically, it would have been somewhat difficult for him to report or communicate with him directly to Albania, given that difference of location, wouldn't it?
It would, yes. There were two deputies inside Kosovo.
And there's no example that you've seen of a written report that was sent between Mr. Salimi up to the general commander, is there?
That's correct, yes.
I have to move into private session for one question. I apologize, but there's no other way I can do it.
Into private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Beck, you may proceed.
Thank you. And after this point, from November onwards, obviously Mr. Salimi was travelling around quite a lot, as you've indicated. You weren't travelling with him at this stage, though, were you? Is that right?
Exakt.
That's right, yes.
Your personal knowledge about seeing what he did on the ground, you can't give information on that like you could in relation to the June-July period.
Exakt.
Correct.
Now, there's just a couple of examples of Mr. Salimi's role as Inspector General that I want to discuss with you. First, it was in relation to Brigade 121 and a document, the report that was sent up by Shaban Dragai, that's P1360. If we could just put that on the screen in English and Albanian. Now, you had seen this document before, hadn't you? I think you confirmed that to the SBO.
Yes.
It was suggested to you that this was serious and showed a bad picture of the 121 Brigade, which you accepted.
Exakt.
Correct, yes.
And this report refers to a verbal order by the Chief of the KLA General Staff, and so it was you who had originally requested this report from him because it's in relation to fighting around Ratchak. Is that right, in the middle of January 1999?
Exakt.
That's right, yes.
You wrote directly to Mr. Dragai, not via Commander Drini on this one occasion, who would normally have been how that information was shared or requested.
Exakt.
Correct, but let me explain it a bit more in detail. It's not just the matter of the report itself. It's rather the use of part of the 121 units to fight or to take part in the fight carried out by other units in Rechak as support. So it's not just a matter of the report itself.
And the information that was given by Mr. Dragai about the state of the 121 Brigade, that wasn't requested by you. That was information that he provided by himself in this report.
Po exact.
Correct, yes.
In your SPO interview, you said that you called the brigade commander and the zone commander, which I presume was Thaçi Shala and Commander Drini. Is that right?
Exakt.
Right.
You request them to investigate these issues or to deal with them? Or what did you request from them?
Pas ti raportit.
Upon receiving this report and the conversation with Mr. Dragai, I also asked the brigade and zone commanders to undertake measures in this unit, disciplinary measures, and these two commanders took measures. I know that the battalion commander was dismissed, and other disciplinary measures were taken against members of this unit.
So that was the resolution of the issue between you and the zone commander and the responsible brigade commander?
Po exact.
Correct, yes.
PO interview, you suggested that the Inspector General, Mr. Salimi, was somehow involved, whereas it does appear to have been something that was sorted out without him. Is that right?
Jo, ka qenë përfshirë dhe ai.
No, he was also involved to facilitate the taking of the adequate measures, but he did not have any particular or specific task in this issue.
And secondly, the other issue, which I think you were shown by the SBO, was in relation to Mr. Salimi's role and at the Boundary Commission. And do you recall being shown documents by the SBO and discussing that issue with them?
Komisioni për
You are referring to the Delineation Commission, right?
On screen P623 in English and Albanian, that should hope to just be very clear as to what we're discussing. And this is the ordinance appointing members of the Commission. Now, first of all, under point 1 of the ordinance, it states, I appoint in the Commission defining operational zone boundary lines all over Kosovo the following 7 individuals. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes?
As this was something that Mr. Salimi had to be, and others specifically appointed to, this didn't come under his general authority.
Po.
Yes.
That it was necessary to convene this commission to undertake this task.
Po, komisioni është formuar.
Yes, the commission was set up to delineate the areas of responsibility of operational zones due to the problems from the past, which I already explained in my previous testimony.
So we'll just get to one specific issue in relation to those problems. But Mr. Salimi wouldn't have had the authority or the responsibility to do this by himself. It was considered necessary to appoint a commission to do so.
Po saktë.
Correct.
Explained, I think, that the zone boundaries were discussed and delineated earlier, and it was just in relation to a specific issues that may have arisen on the borders of these zones as to why this commission was necessary.
Po saktë.
That's correct, yes.
And the zone boundaries in general terms were pretty well established, weren't they, by this stage? By January 1999, it was pretty clear where, in general terms, those boundaries were.
Po saktë, pasaj.
Correct, yes, after that date.
To suggest that the responsibility of the Commission was to define the operational boundary lines all over Kosovo, that's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it?
Nuk e thash që është egzagerim.
I didn't say it was an exaggeration. If you followed me, the boundaries were established by the Operations Directorate, and the Commission would try to overcome the problems between two zones where there would be a problem in the boundaries, to move the line a bit according to the needs of the parties in question, so that it is firmly established, the area of responsibility between the two zones. So this was the role of the Commission.
The jurisdiction, if that makes sense, that they could do that, but in reality, they only had to do that on a very limited number of occasions, didn't they? Because of the fact that largely there were not issues in relation to the boundaries of these zones, because they'd been well established for a long time.
Po saktë.
Correct, yes.
The report which deals with the one that we've seen, this is P1108. Now, this is the only report that we've seen in relation to the work of this commission, and this describes a very specific area, I would suggest around Lanishta, between the Pastrik and Neredim zones. Is that right?
Po saktë është.
That's right, yes.
Very specific issue in relation to the Guri unit and as to whether which area of or zone it fell under. Is that correct?
Po saktë.
Correct, yes.
As far as I'm aware, is well, there were no other reports that you've seen, were there, of any similar issues that had to be resolved? This is the only one that I have seen, that we have seen.
Po, është saktë.
Correct, yes.
Now, I'd like to take you to a new document and just to get your view on it, and it may well be that you can take the time over the break to have a look at this, if that assists. So this is SPOE 00226-769. If we could put that on the screen, please, in English and Albanian. Now, have you ever seen this document before?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
What I'd like to do now is just take you through it a little bit so you can actually have a look at each page and we can explain what it is for the record. So if we move to the next page, which is ERN SPOE 002267771. Sorry, it's the following page. Now, this describes the subject of this concept, which is the supervision of the organization and functioning of combat readiness and morale, and of management and command. And then for the aim, it says for the following to be supervised: the operational zones, the level of combat organization, the way in which military personnel are posted and employed, skills enhancement, combat morale, readiness, the organizing of logistics, of mobilization and coordination, joint operations with flanking and subordinate units, as well as with the civilian bodies involved in the War of Liberation. And then it lists various questions: monitoring of combat readiness, number 2, working procedures in headquarters. If we just scroll down in the English version, please. 3, combat morale. 4, logistics. And then if we move over the page, number 5, mobilization. And then provides like an estimate of the task. Looking at that document, does that provide any further indication or information as to what that might be or where it may have come from?
Ky dokument është I përkthyer.
This document was translated from documents that came from abroad, and it describes the duties and responsibilities of the inspector, that is, of the inspectorate.
If I suggest that was maybe then provided in early 1999, would that be consistent with your recollection?
Po saktë është.
Yes, it would, because all these documents were prepared later on. We did not have such documents in 1998.
Several months after Mr. Salimi was originally appointed as the Inspector General, this is when these documents are coming in to try and understand what his role should be.
Po e saktë është.
Correct, yes.
Feel free to look at the document over the break if that's possible, but I can suggest there's no reference to arrest or detention of any individuals in that document. Would that be surprising to you?
Jo, as pak se inspektori.
No, not at all, because an inspector would not undertake such actions.
Is there any specific or any requirement to be informed about anything to do with detention of prisoners? Again, that wouldn't surprise you either then, with your understanding of what the role of Inspector General was.
Po, sipas detyrës dhe rolit.
According to the role and responsibilities of the inspector, yes.
Quite a lot, I would suggest, of these issues, these questions, relate to operational requirements, if I can suggest, or operational questions. combat morale, combat readiness. They're quite, as I said, quite closely related to the work of the operations department, I presume. This is information that you would be interested in.
Kjo është interes edhe
This is an information of interest to the operations directorate and the staff, because with this inspection concept, you can actually compare as to the level of the organization of the army in this in this respect. So to what level the army is professionally organized.
And this would suggest, obviously, also if it's being provided in, say, around January, February 1999, that the position or the specific role of the Inspector General up until that point wasn't even particularly clear. Is that fair?
Po, deri në atë kohë nuk ka qenë.
Yes, up until then it wasn't, because there were some tasks and duties specified in bullet points, but this concept describes the duties and responsibilities of the inspectorate in general, which are the same even today.
That's actually a good time, and if I could just tender that document before I do so.
Any objection to the document?
No, thank you.
It appears that the document is SPOE 00226769 to SPOE 00226772. Those, you ran all those pages, is that not correct?
Yes, it's a 5-page document, yes, up until 226775.
775?
Yes, it's a 6 or 7-page document.
All right. It's admitted.
Your Honor, it's SPOE 00226769 to SPOE 00226775 will be assigned exhibit number 3D00027 and is currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think we have any objection to it being public, but I'll just check and confirm after the break if that's acceptable.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Zarapi. I think we're going to take a break now, and I'll see you again in half an hour. I think I have about an hour of questions left.
Mr. Zarapi will give you the half-hour morning break at this time. We'll reconvene at 11:30. Please don't speak to anyone about your testimony in the courtroom, outside of the courtroom. Yes, Mr. Misitich.
Yes, Mr. President, I just wanted to raise one procedural question and put it on the panel's radar. On the 4th of July, Mr. Roberts had inquired with the panel about if the defense would be disclosed some information concerning the roadmap that the prosecution was to file by the 21st of June, and you then indicated that you would try to deal with that by Monday. Obviously, I know the panel has it on its radar, but if you could let us know some point today if we can expect anything, I would be grateful.
We are still considering it, okay, but we will make a decision on this shortly. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honour, just to confirm, we don't have any objection with the last exhibit being public. I don't know if the prosecution does, but we're fine with that being public.
No, we have no objection.
The last document, 3D00027, is reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's noted.
All right, Mr. Zarapi, we will continue with the Salimi cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honour, and hello again, Mr. Zarapi. I'm hopeful that we'll finish my questions of you by lunchtime with a bit of luck. The next section I'd like to speak to you about is general staff meetings, and starting off in November and December of 1998. Now, actually, we'll start early on. You've confirmed, I think, that before the 15th of July, you didn't attend any general staff meetings because you weren't a member of the general staff. That's right.
Correct, yes.
Which meetings occurred, who was at them, and what was discussed in those meetings before that date?
Correct, yes.
And I know you've said this various times, there was difficulty scheduling general staff meetings. And I think in your interview, part 3, page 3, so that's P1355.3, you stated that when I took over this department and these attacks began, so this is July 1998, the general staff was not able to get together because they were spread out to all the areas when there were attacks and movements, and it was difficult for us to get together and discuss about this issue. So that's correct, isn't it? There were difficulties in scheduling any general staff meetings between the time that you took over as head of the operational department up until you left for Albania in mid-September.
Yes, that's right.
In Albania, you don't know what meetings, if any, took place back in Kosovo, and I think you mentioned that, confirmed that to me earlier today.
Yes, that's correct. I don't know.
Or a list of meetings or of participants in those meetings, if they did occur. There was no record of any of those that you're aware of that you saw when you came back into Kosovo.
That's right.
And into Kosovo. Were you, in your position as at that point, at the end of November, were you largely responsible for scheduling the meetings from that point onwards in your role of as Chief of Staff?
Yes. The meetings of the internal directors, as well as meetings that involve the commanders of the zones.
And you would schedule, therefore, the time and date and location as to where those meetings would take place, largely?
Disa pjesë më shumë në konsultim me komandantët.
Yes, upon consultation with the commanders or their deputies as to the timing of these meetings.
Okay, and sometimes you might do it with not much notice. I think there was, if we look at P61, and we'll look at it in detail in a minute, but that was a scheduling of a meeting for the 29th of December, and that was issued on the 28th of December. So there's only 1 day notice, for example, that you provided in relation to scheduling that meeting.
Yep, yes.
Was in Kosovo and a member of the general staff, like Mr. Salimi, that doesn't mean that he necessarily would have been able to attend all of these meetings, does it?
Po saktë.
Correct, yes.
You confirmed various times he was often travelling around to different locations, and also, as you explained, it could often take a long time to get from one part of Kosovo to another, even if there was a relatively short distance, theoretical distance between them.
Po saktë, ashtu.
That's correct, yes.
Now, we have supposed notes of a meeting in Divjak on the 29th of December 1998. So that's P1408. Can we just put that on the screen, please, in English and Albanian? Now, it lists, this is the meeting on the 29th of December, and it lists the participants as yourself, Mr. Luja, Mr. Grabovci, Mr. Limai, Rami Buya, and Sally Vaseli. Can you see that?
Po?
Yes, I can.
Salimi was not present at this meeting, for example, on the 29th of December.
Duk se s'ashtu sigurisht.
If his name is not here, it means he wasn't.
And you don't recall him being at that meeting?
Ja s'm kujtohet që.
No, I can't recall it.
And if we can go to also now to P621, which is your request to, or order to convene this meeting. If we could just put that on the screen. So, was this a kind of standard or template order to convene meetings that you would issue?
Kjo është një
This is an order on the method of reporting before the General Staff and what the report should be based on. It's an order to the directorates, and the same would have gone to the zones too.
There, for example, it states on this date at 12 o'clock at the GS headquarters, there'll be a meeting of the heads of directorates of the General Staff of the KLA. Do you see that under paragraph 1?
Po.
Yes, I do see it. Yeah.
Scheduling a meeting, that would be a standard phrase that you would have used. Is that right? To schedule these meetings?
Po.
Yes, every single time.
The heads of directorates of the General Staff were invited, but there was no directorate of the Inspector General, as we talked about earlier, was there?
Po saktë.
Correct. The inspector was not under my auspices, just the directorate.
Required to attend that meeting or invited to that meeting, is that right? Pursuant to this order?
Po saktë.
Correct. He was not duty-bound to attend this meeting.
And that was presuming, obviously, if you're using the same terminology whenever you convene meetings, that would apply to all the meetings over that period between November and November 98 and April 99.
Po, sa herë është
Yes, every single time directors were invited, yes.
Now, in terms of specific meetings, on the 12th of November, or 12th and 13th of November 1998, that was the first meeting that you attended when you came back into Kosovo, wasn't it?
po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
To discuss the restructuring of the KLA at that meeting, as you told us on the 1st of July.
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
And it was only existing directorates who were involved in that stage at the meeting. Is that right?
Po,
Yes.
I wasn't there because the Military Police Directorate wasn't formed at that stage.
po, ashtu është.
Yes, correct.
And as I think you've confirmed, but I ask again just for the record, the restructuring was only formalised at the end of November of 1998. Is that right?
Ashtu.
That's right.
Now, in terms of other meetings in November, you were shown the order to stamp out the negative phenomena and abuse against persons and private property. I believe this is 1D 29. Do you remember that order from the 28th of November 99? And you said that pursuant to this, I believe this was after discussions, you said that you'd had. Is that right? Now,
Po, po,
Yes, correct.
sorry, I was not waiting for your answer. Were those discussions, do you recall, on the day that you issued the order? On the 28th, is that right?
diskutimet
When that order was issued, it came upon request by the zones to discuss these problems. But we have discussed these issues with the directors all the time, and at the end of that exercise, we issued this order.
But you don't know if it was from discussions on that specific day, the 28th of November, do you?
jo vetëm këtë
It was not only confined to this meeting, but on previous meetings as well, because commanders had other complaints, and that led to the issuance of this order.
You're also shown a document relating to the meeting on the 29th of December 1998, in which you were described as giving a sort of presentation on the General Staff structure and the functions of different directorates. Do you remember being asked those questions by the prosecution on the 2nd of July?
po,
Yes.
Mr. Salimi was not in attendance at, as we just discussed, because it's the one after the 28th of December order that you issued, and his name wasn't listed on the participants at that meeting.
me siguri që ashtu
If his name wasn't there, he most certainly wouldn't have been. That meeting was attended by directors only.
Now, to be clear, there are other notes that, sorry, in your SPO interview, you mentioned that the issue of Mr. Cucci, Blaram Cucci, was discussed at some point, and I'm trying to work out when that may have been. But if I suggest that it may have been at that meeting, is that something that's consistent with your understanding?
nuk e dia ka qenë bashkë mbledh.
I cannot say that it was during this meeting in particular.
On the screen, P1104 in English and Albanian. Or, actually, sorry, my apologies. If we could put on the screen 1109, sorry, wrong one. And if we go to ERN U002 2865. So if we just see halfway down that appears to be notes of, or at least purports to be notes of this meeting on the 29th.
Objection, Your Honour. Characterization.
Overruled, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll start again. That purports to be notes of a meeting on the 29th of December 1998, this general staff meeting that we've talked about, and it appears to refer to Mr. Thaçi as an agenda item in that document. Do you see that?
Yes, but this is not the meeting we mentioned earlier. On the 29th, it's another meeting.
It's another meeting.
Yes, it's not on the 28th. You asked me about the 28th, and this one is on the 29th. It's a different date, meaning another meeting.
I'll be very clear. The order that you issued was on the 28th of December for people to attend a meeting on the 29th, the following day. We can go back and have a look at that if you would like. But this is the meeting that I'm talking about, the 29th of December one, which Mr. Salimi was not present at.
Okay.
If these documents or if this agenda is correct, that would suggest that it was discussed at that meeting.
Yes, it is accurate that it was discussed during this meeting.
And I want you to confirm that there was certainly no decision taken at that general staff meeting about anything that would happen to Mr. Thaçi, was there?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we could just bear with me for 1 second, Your Honour. I'm just going to have a quick look. So if we could now move to the 5th of January meeting, and this is the next one you were asked about in court, which was P1352. If we could put that up on screen, please. No, my apologies. That was, oh, well, actually, no. Yes, if we can just see here, this is, no, okay, sorry, it's the wrong document. My apologies. If we could go to document SPOE 00226468. Apologies to the court officer. Now, if we just look at the first page of that document, so that purports to have an agenda for a meeting on the 5th of January 1999. Point 1, it states remarkable report and full of activities, and talking about who is reporting at that meeting, including Mr. Limay, Recep Salimi, Sokol Bashota, Jakub Krasniqi, Adam Grabovci, and yourself, and Rami Bouya. Do you see all of that?
Paul?
Yes.
There's a couple of issues in this. Obviously, there's various complaints that are being, or comments that are being made under point 2. It states that the directorate should become operational. So this is another month or so after the restructuring had been completed, but the directorates at that stage were still not operational. Is that right?
Paul, что?
Yes, that's correct.
It actually specifically explained there that they should have the proper staff, including administrator, driver, and vehicles. Did that mean that there were still lots of gaps in the logistics available to any of those directorates at that point?
Paul?
Yes.
Be very clear. So when you say that the restructuring was completed at the end of November, you're saying that the formal creation of those positions, but not necessarily that they were substantively able to exercise their responsibilities. Is that fair?
Paul, exakt.
Yes, correct.
Now, throughout the rest of this meeting, actually, if we go to the next, another meeting on the 14th of January, and that's at page 226470. So only two pages further on. And again, that appears to be the fourth line from the bottom. Again, another complaint that the operations directorate should be staffed properly. Again, obviously, at that point, as chief of staff of the general staff, you were aware that the operations department still had severe shortages and limitations at that point. Is that fair?
Paul, det sagt jag.
Yes, it is, and it's not only the operations directorate, but all the other directorates suffered from these kinds of issues.
Presumably continued well after this date.
Paul?
Yes.
And just at that stage, who was heading the operations directorate?
Nu-ca pas.
There was no one appointed. I did both jobs as head of the operations department and chief of staff. We did not have enough officers. There were just 3 people in this operations department, a number that we managed to increase to 6 by March. So talking of shortages, they existed all along.
So yes, if we can compare that to the Bosnian army that we talked about yesterday with the 50 or 60 very extremely experienced officers, it's still vastly under that, even right up to the end of March. That's fair, isn't it?
Precis det sagt.
Entirely true, yes.
3 were yourself, Sally Vaseli, and who else then?
Nykyisen hade Neima Lokunat.
Naima Loko was there too. Mansour came in May. Dilaver Gojai came later. Bardul Tahiri too.
Throughout the entire war, it was never more than a handful of individuals. Is that fair?
Paul, exakt.
That's correct, yes.
Now, if we move on now to a meeting on the 21st of January 1999, which, sorry, is at page SPOE 00226473. Now, yes, sorry. And this appears to be a meeting attended by some of the zone commanders. Do you recall this meeting?
Po,
Yes.
You were at it. You attended it, sorry.
po,
Yes.
Complaints that are being given at that point, more frequent consultations should take place, finances should be centralised, and logistics should be centralised. And I think at the bottom point, some of the zone commanders should have a place in the general staff. You see all of those in those notes, and if we could just scroll up in the Albanian so that can be visible.
po,
Yes.
Without any comment, the opinions and positions of the zone commanders, isn't it?
po,
Yes.
This was to be able, from your recollection, to be able to transmit that information to other people, just to keep a record of what the zone commanders' concerns were, an accurate record.
ashtu është.
Correct, yes.
And were you you weren't trying to argue with the zone commanders at that point, were you? You were merely recording their concerns.
Është shumicën kemi regjistruar.
Most of their opinions and complaints have not been recorded here in writing.
There were other complaints as well that they also expressed, without going into detail, but there are other ones as well.
Po, në logjistikë,
Yes, things to do with the logistics, finances, the completion of personnel, and so on.
Mr. Salimi was at this meeting as well?
nuk më kujtohet, me siguri.
I can't recall exactly, but most certainly yes.
Role as you understood it at the time, is it fair to suggest that he was a liaison in a way between the zone commanders and other people on the general staff?
Roli kujt?
Whose role?
Salimi's.
Nëse se falim për këtë periudhë,
If we're referring to this period of time, he was Inspector General.
A member of the general staff, but he also had a good relationship with the zone commanders, didn't he? Generally.
po e saktë.
That's correct.
That was for all the reasons that we talked about at the beginning of my questions yesterday, and just also the way that he interacted with them since then.
Po,
Yes. Correct, yes.
Trust him to deal with their complaints or listen to their complaints, and then liaise with other members of the general staff. Is that fair?
po e, me drejtë.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just have a couple more topics now, a bit more discrete topics that I want to address, and one I think you've partially addressed already, which is the Military Police Directorate in the General Staff. Now, you were asked about the SPO, asked by the SPO about the role of the Military Police Directorate, and you said its function was to provide security for the General Staff and to escort members of the General Staff through its movements in Kosovo. Do you recall giving that evidence? That's transcript page reference T17436.
Yes, I said this with reference to the military police that was within the General Staff, whereas the Directorate itself had to develop and establish policies with regard to military police at the time.
Understood. Thank you. Now, just to be clear, that the Military Police Directorate in the General Staff, and I know you've said this before, it was not a pre-existing directorate before the restructuring. It was created during the restructuring and formalised at the end of November, beginning of December.
That's correct, yes.
Take you to your 2016 statement. So that's SPOE 0067195. And I believe that's to the SPRK. And I'll just read for the record what you said. When was the Directorate of the Military Police of the KLA formed, and what were the competencies of this police force? Your answer was the Directorate of the Military Police was formed at the end of November or at the beginning of December 1998. This police had the assignment to train the military police and to supervise its development. And that's consistent with what you've told us just today, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Nothing has changed your mind since then as to when it was created and what its role was.
Correct.
A document. This is reference 043862. If we could put that up on screen, please. Now, I know there are various articles on that newspaper. I'm interested in the following page in the English, but the Albanian stays the same. At least I hope it's the following page. Yes. So, do you see a newspaper article there, or press release in the Albanian in the top right-hand corner? If we could just focus on that in the Albanian. And this is entitled, 2 LDK officials were arrested by the KLA military police.
Yes, I see it, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
I see it.
Thank you. Now, you've been asked about this before in 2016, and I'll read what you said before. Okay. So this, for the record, is the record of your interview dated the 21st of September 2016, ERN SPOE 000-67185 at SPOE 000-67188. Now, you're shown, the prosecutor, the witness is shown the communique from the newspaper Zeri Kosovez, Voice of Kosovo, from the date of 5th November 1998. The witness is asked whether he has knowledge of this communication and whether there was a KLA director of military police at that date. Your answer: first of all, on the date of 1st of November 1998, the KLA Directorate of Military Police did not exist. I have never seen this communique in a newspaper. I don't know who issued this communique. Do you recall telling the SPRK that about this press statement?
Po.
Yes.
Correct, and still your evidence today, isn't it?
Po.
Yes.
When the Military Police Directorate was in existence, it was never based in Pristina, was it? Up until the end of the war, obviously.
Po esakt.
Correct.
It makes a reference to people being detained at investigative prison number 3. You've never heard of that, have you?
Asnjëherë s'kam dëgjuar.
Never. I've never heard about it.
Thank you. Now, if we just move to a similar document, this is statement number 3. This is ERN 043858.
Your Honor, if I may just to clarify for the record, the DRN is already admitted as P00300. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the court officer. I believe it may be at the bottom of the Albanian, if we can scroll down, or yes, there we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have statement number 3. And this is in relation to an incident, according to this statement, that occurred on the 18th of October of that year, 1998. Again, this is purportedly issued in the name of the Military Police Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army. And I believe the Zeri Kosovo's date is the 29th of October 1998. Just to be perfectly clear, your evidence that it is again that this was issued over a month before the Military Police Directorate actually came into existence. Is that right?
Po esakt.
That's right, yes.
Now, in terms of the authority of Mr. Limay, when he was appointed, so from that date, excuse me, you were asked some questions by the SPO about that issue in your interview. And to be clear, he maintained that position up until April 99, is that right?
Po esakt.
Yes, correct.
And in your SPO interview, you were very clear, and I just want to remind you of what you said in relation to military police within a zone. This is, part 5 of your interview, P1355.5, at page 24. So just to be clear, so the zone level military police, they had no reporting line to the Military Police Directorate. Answer, from what I know, according to the structure, the military police of the zone reported to the zone commander. Question, did the zone commander report the military police matter to the Directorate of the Military Police? Your answer, no. And just to be clear, that's right, isn't it?
Po esakt.
Yes, that's right.
And so Mr. Limay, as head of this Directorate of Military Police, was not allowed to issue orders to military police units at the zone level or the brigade level directly?
Është sakse că
It is true that the military police in zones and brigades were under the orders of zone commanders and brigade commanders. He could have, for example, summoned them for training and for instructions, but not give them orders.
Role was more administrative, if I can use that expression, in relation to military police, not substantive.
Acțiunile administrative, politice,
Yes, it was administrative, also for development of policies and training.
A document, if we could put this on the screen, this is P9, excuse me, which purports to list military police and its tasks. General rules. So the ERN for the record is U000206. Just wait for the Albanian version to come up on screen. So you remember being shown this document in your interview?
po,
Yes.
Seen this document before and didn't recognise the signature. And for the record, that's your interview part 6, 1355.6, pages 1 to 2, or 1 to 3.
po.
Yes.
It has no stamp, no protocol number, and I believe no date as well. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
Or an ordinance or an instruction, is it?
Sakt, kjo është një
Correct. It's a part of rules specifying the tasks of the military police directorate. It's in that context, this document.
Who it was sent to, or when, or even if it was sent to any of the military police units within the KLA.
saktë është, nuk e kam.
Correct. I didn't see this document and I don't know about it.
Right. There's one just question I did want to ask it, and I won't ask any more than that. There's a reference in paragraph 9, if we could just go over the page in the English. To the civilian police, sorry, it's paragraph 9, the civilian police sector of the military police directorate. Now, did that even exist or not?
Jo, sa di.
As far as I know, it didn't.
And I just want to move on to one last topic, and just for your information, this will be the last topic of my questions, and that's Mr. Cucci, Blerem Cucci. Now, Mr. Cucci left Kosovo for Albania around about the 10th of September 1998. That's right, isn't it?
Po, e saktë.
That's right, yes.
in Albania because you were there presumably at the same time?
Po, masi.
Yes, after I left for Albania.
And when you talked with the SPO about this, you explained as follows in your interview. This is part 6, page 28. So Mr. Blermkuchi in September, beginning of September, as the commander of the 123 Brigade, left the unit in Kosovo without notifying anybody, without arranging or sorting the issue of the unit that was inside, the unit inside Kosovo, and without asking anyone and without seeking permission from anyone he'd left. And he left at the most difficult point while the fighting was taking place. He left and went to Albania without any permission at all. Do you recall telling that to the SPO, and is it accurate?
Po.
Yes, it's accurate.
You later stated in relation to Mr. Kuchi, this is pages 29 to 30 in the English and 33 in the Albanian, talking about the reasons Mr. Kuchi gave. The reason was that he felt some sort of fear and pressure from the population, that the population had withdrawn or had moved away from certain regions, including Pagurusha. And the other reason that he stated was that he went to Albania to get more professional fighters, officers. And these were, my advice to him was that these are reasons that can happen in any war situation in the world, could happen anywhere in the world in a war situation. It can happen that somebody is scared and can feel the pressure, but because of these actions, he had to have been replaced so that the unit could have continued to operate, and he should have notified the staff of the operational zone and the reasons why he was going. Again, that's right, isn't it, and accurate?
Po, exakt.
Yes, it's accurate.
So at that time, as you've told us, Musa Yashari was the zone commander of the Pastric zone.
Exakt.
Correct.
The authorization of Mr. Yashari before, according to your evidence, before going to Albania.
Po, exakt.
Correct.
That we've heard that he was given supposed authorization to leave by his subordinate. But as a military officer, you would accept, wouldn't you, that a subordinate cannot give a superior that authorization to leave?
Po, exakt.
Correct. You need to seek authorization from superiors.
And Mr. Kuchi was unable to contact you to obtain your authorization or to request authorization from you. And there is evidence that the courts heard that he tried for 3 days to do so. So just on that issue, obviously in mid-September 1998, if that information is correct, there was no way that you could have been, there was no way that Mr. Kuchi could have communicated with you directly to request this information or request this authorization on a very, very important topic. That's fair, is it not?
Po, mund të thot drejt.
Yes, let me explain you why. At this time, we as staff or part of the staff were in Dukagini area. It is true that we were not close to where he was.
So physically you weren't close, but there was no way that he could have communicated to you by communication system or whatever sort, even though it was fundamentally important for him to have sought your authorization, presumably.
Po, me neve s'ka mujt, si me...
he could not communicate with us as staff, but there was a zone commander and he could communicate with him and ask for authorization from him, not from us.
Yes, and we know from your answer that he didn't do that, obviously in relation to Mr. Yashari. As a military officer with a lot of experience, the laws in relation to desertion can be quite severe, can't they? In terms of prescribing a punishment, and I presume in the Bosnian army that would be the same. Sorry, that would be the same.
Yes, desertion in every army is a serious offense and it's severely punished.
The punishment was under the Bosnian army actually for that during desertion during the time of conflict.
To assess the situation, it was a legal sector that dealt with this issue, and they would rely on articles dealing with laws and customs of war and also national laws, and based on that, the verdict would be reached in relation to a soldier or an officer that had deserted. I'm not an expert in legal issues to know exactly what the punishment involves.
But it wouldn't surprise you to know that the potential sentence that was available under the Yugoslav code applicable would have been between imprisonment of between 5 years and the death penalty. Is that something that would be consistent with your understanding?
Yes, that's correct, based on former Yugoslav laws.
Now, in relation to exactly what happened to Mr. Thaçi, you were shown a document by Prosecution Counsel which is titled Ordinance and states that the Pastrict Operational Zone Commander, who was Commander Drini, and the 123 Brigade Commander, who was Nejmuddin Kastrati, as well as Blerem Thaçi, shall report to the KLA General Staff on the 16th of January 1999. Do you recall seeing that document?
I saw this document during the preparation session, not before that.
It's P1105. We don't need to put it up on the record for now, but you remember that there was this ordinance for these three individuals to go to the General Staff on the 16th of January.
I saw this ordinance in the preparatory phase, not earlier.
That you gave the panel was that when these individuals, the three individuals arrived, Mr. Drini, Mr. Kastrati and Mr. Thaçi, you went with, Commander Drini and Nejmuddin Kastrati to discuss related matters. Was that in a different location, is that right?
The same location.
Okay. And in terms of what you then said in relation to this situation, you explained the following in relation to Mr. Thaçi. So this is your transcript, page T17446. And we'll start. And were you present when Blerem Thaçi did report to the staff? Your answer, yes, when he came together, Blerem Thaçi, that is, as the zone commander and the brigade commander. Can you give their names just for clarity? The zone commander was Ekrem Reja and the brigade commander was Nejmuddin Kastrati. Question, and do you recall what happened when they reported to the staff? Answer, from what I remember at the time, when they arrived, the zone commander, Commander Drini, came with me in the operational directorate office. We discussed operational matters. Nejmuddin Castrati went to Brigade 121 to discuss their related matters, and Blerem Kuchi was left in the command. Who was in the command with Blerem Kuchi? Answer, Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Salimi, and Fatmir Limay. And then finally, was there a decision to detain Blerem Kuchi? Answer, yes. After this, the decision was issued to detain him. So just to be clear, you were in a different office than Mr. Kuchi and those other individuals that you mentioned. Is that right? You were with Mr. Drini in one office and you left Mr. Kuchi in a different location, different office.
Posakt.
Yes, that's correct.
When you say that there was a decision issued to detain Blerem Kuchi afterwards, you don't know who issued that decision specifically, do you?
Po, në atë moment jo.
At that moment, I didn't know.
And you don't know when it was specifically issued either?
Konkretisht çfarë ditë është marrë vendimi, po
The decision was issued on that day.
Look to the decision or the purported, any documents, sorry, I'll start again. If we look at the specific documents that are supposedly relating to this, if we go to P1106, please, so that's SPOE 00232828. And again, this purports to be a report against the accused Blerem Kuchi, and I just want you to look at the name at the bottom, and I note this is an unsigned document, obviously. But again, that's in the name of Fatmir Limay, isn't it?
po.
Yes.
We could look at document P1344. For the record, that's SPOE 00232264. And if we go to the second page of that document, this purports to be dated the 4th of June 1999. Again, this is issued in the name of the General Military Prosecutor Arben Sejdiu. Do you see that? If we could just go to the bottom of the second page of the Albanian. So you can see that on screen. Yes.
Po, e lexoj.
Yes, I can see it.
The point I'm making, and I just want you to confirm this, is that obviously there's nothing in either of these documents which suggests that Mr. Salimi had anything to do with either with the decision to detain Mr. Kuchi. Is there?
Po, qartë edhe me këtë dokument.
Yes, it's clear from this document.
And you never heard a specific order from Mr. Salimi or believe in any way that he, or have evidence, sorry, in any way that he was specifically involved in the decision to detain Mr. Kuchi. Is that correct?
Është saktë, nuk kam.
That's correct. I never saw any order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zarapi. That comes to the end of my questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis? or Ms. Alejandra?
Good afternoon, Mr. Zarapi.
Mirdita.
Good afternoon.
Alejandra, and I will be asking you some questions on behalf of Mr. Jakub Prusnici. Yes? And I'll say that up front. There might be some questions that you think have already been asked of you, but I will still have to ask you similar questions in order to get to the point that I need to. Yes? So there might be some overlap, but I guarantee you I'm not going to be repetitious. Yeah? Now, between 2005 and 2018, you testified in several cases before the ICTY and the ULEX courts. Is that correct?
Po, sagt.
Yes, correct.
In those cases, you were summoned as a witness, weren't you, Mr. Zarapi?
Po,
Yes.
In the 5th of August 2019 and the 8th of August 2019, you were interviewed by the prosecution in this case, in the investigations in this case, correct?
po,
Yes.
You were interviewed as a suspect in a case, am I correct?
po,
Yes.
I'd like to now move to your background. You've confirmed with Mr. Roberts yesterday that you were in the Yugoslav Army, the JNA, from 1981 until the beginning of the Bosnian War in 1992. Is that right?
po, kështu është sakt.
Yes, it's right.
Sergeant in the JNA? Would that be correct?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
1992, you left the JNA and joined the Bosnian Army?
Në fal.
Forgive me, would you kindly repeat it?
Ja,
1992, you left the JNA and joined the Bosnian Army.
Veç pak.
Just a sec.
Një gabim tjetër.
There was a mistake in the earlier response. We talked about the grade of the rank of a sergeant. At the end, I was a lieutenant. I then finished the military academy and then became an officer. So there is quite a wide range of distinction here.
And in 1992, you joined the Bosnian Army. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Until January of 1995?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
KLA in May 1998, you'd agree with me that you had about 15 years of military experience. Is that correct?
Po,
Correct.
Armies. Yes?
po, sakt.
Correct, yes.
Now, when you entered Kosovo, you say you met Sokol Bashota in Drenots, didn't you?
Po,
Yes.
Bashota was heading the operational department? Yes?
po,
Yes.
Were being placed under him.
po, sakt.
That's correct.
Issued you orders and sent you to locations, didn't he?
Po saktë.
Correct, yes.
In June, July, and August of 1998, you were reporting to Sokol Bashota. Is that correct?
Qershor,
From June to July, yes.
And it was Sokol Bashota who also told you that you were going to be the director of the operational department. Is that right?
po.
Yes.
Told you to introduce yourself to the operational zones and that this was your role from now on. That's what you've said. Is that correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Your role was to make proposals about the structure and about appointments?
Po ti isha propozimin pra.
Yes, to submit proposals.
Proposals for restructuring the units. Your proposals would go to Mr. Azim Sula through Sokol Bashota, correct?
Me siguri, unë kam dhënë
Most likely, I gave them to Sokol Bashota. As to how it proceeded from there onwards, I don't know. My suggestions went to Bashota.
Right. And just so I can refer you back, it's in part 2, page 11 of your evidence.
Your Honour, I wish to remind Council that there was a clarification on this point in the preparation note.
My apologies. I'll withdraw that then. Thank you. Now, you knew in the summer of 1998 that Azim Sula was the General Commander of the KLA, correct?
po.
Yes.
P847, please. Your Honour, this document has been tendered by the prosecution through bar table filing number 01268, and it has been admitted in trial, panel decision 1983, together with its English version. But we note that there is an updated English translation of the document, and that appears at SITF 00243000 till 243003 ET revised 1. If you could have that version of the English up, please. We would be asking for the ET revised 1 version to substitute the previous version that was admitted, Your Honour.
Madam Prosecutor,
We have no objection.
that substitution will take place.
Thank you.
So SITF 243000 to 243003 ET revised 1 will be part of P847.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Yep. Witness, this is the Zeri Kosovo's interview with Mr. Sula, Azim Sula, titled "The KLA is a creation of the military wing of the LPK," and it's dated the 2nd of October, 1999. If we could move to page ending 3001, please. And in the middle of the page, Mr. Sula is asked who the first general staff members of the KLA were. Do you see that?
Which part of it, please?
It's on the left. It appears to be on the left, the second question.
Po.
Yes.
Yes, I can see it now, yes.
Polizova.
I have read it, yes.
The English needs to move to the next page, please. Yeah. Yeah, let me know when you've read it. It says Rapi. You've read it?
E kam lexuar.
Yes, I have.
Identified the first members in that answer, didn't he?
Po sakt.
He did.
List Jakub Krasniqi as part of the first general staff of the KLA, did he?
Po sakt.
Correct, yes.
To Sokol Bashota, Azim Sula said, my deputy, Sokol Bashota, was placed at the head of the general staff, who carried out both duties until the two meetings in Rambouillet. You see that?
Po, le lexoj.
Yes, I can read it.
To Azim Sula, Sokol Bashota acted in this role as deputy commander until the period between the two meetings in France, and that is when Azim Sula was replaced by Sulaiman Slimi as the general commander. Correct?
Po.
Yes.
We've already tended it out. I'd like to now ask you some questions about Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. If I can have on the screen 110500, please. It's the same in the Albanian. You're aware, aren't you, witness, that Jakub Krasniqi was a history teacher between 1972 and 1981?
Po, si, ka punu si.
Yes, he worked as such.
He was imprisoned for his political activities between 1981 and 1991, wasn't he?
Kam dëgjuar po to. Po.
I have heard about it, yes.
After his release in 1991, he was again a history teacher between 1991 and 1994. Is that right?
Më siguri po.
Most likely, yes.
And he was involved in the parallel education system set up by the LDK in the early 1990s, wasn't he?
Po.
Yes.
One day, you told us that Jakub Krasniqi was a member of the LDK, yes? You recall that?
Po, kam thënë.
Yes, I did say it.
1991 and 1998, he was a member of the LDK chairmanship and the head of the LDK branch in Drenas, yes?
Po sakt.
Correct.
Mrs. Rabi, Jakub Krasniqi does not have any military background or experience, does he?
Jo.
Correct.
And you first met Jakub Krasniqi in June 1998 when he was appointed as the spokesperson of the KLA?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Remember, wouldn't you, that at the time when you entered Kosovo, hardly any person in the KLA was publicly known by their name, by their real name? That's correct, isn't it?
Po saktë.
Yes.
In mid-June 1998, Jakub Krasniqi was known publicly as the KLA spokesperson by his first and last name. Correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Yes?
Jo.
Correct.
The appearance of Professor Jakub Krasniqi as a spokesperson of the KLA was very important for the members of the KLA as well as the Albanian public at that time, correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
The general public would be able to associate the KLA with the name that was already well known in Kosovo, especially the Drenica region. Yes?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Announcing publicly Mr. Krasniqi as the KLA spokesperson with his first and last name brought great risk, not only to him but also to his family members. Yes?
Po saktë. Po ashtu.
Yes, correct.
His family to being targeted by the Serbian military and paramilitary forces. Correct?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Rapi, that in November 1998, Mr. Krasniqi's family was attacked and Abedin Buyupi was murdered on the road outside the Krasniqi family home.
Po.
Yes.
Now, you have testified in the Belanica case before the Ulex courts. Do you recall that?
Po saktë.
Yes.
In your evidence in that case, you've said that the locations where the spokesperson stayed was in Berisha, Nekovc, and Negrots. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Around the Berisha Mountains, where Mr. Krasniqi was staying until November 1998? Would that be correct?
Po.
Yes.
Where Mr. Krasniqi comes from, isn't it?
Po vendi lindjes.
Yes, his birthplace.
He was living there at the time.
Po.
Yes.
Personally visited Mr. Krasniqi in his home in Negrots, haven't you?
Po.
Yes.
And you were treated well, hospitably, and hosted to meals at the house by Mr. Krasniqi and his family?
Po, sigurisht po.
Yes, most certainly yes. I wasn't on my own.
You met Blerim Kuchi and Kurtesh Fondai in Negrots in June 1998, didn't you?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
You're aware then that they also had meals and were hosted to the hospitality of Mr. Krasniqi and his family?
Po ashtu është.
Yes, that's right.
Would you also have been there in July 1998, on the day when Agim Chelai was killed?
Agim Chelai është vrarë në Ro.
Grim Shele was killed in Rahovec in 1998. No.
Right. If I could now have on the screen P00775, please. And if we could move to page SPOE 000688083, please. Do you see on that page where you are asked, do you know what status Jakub Krasniqi had? If you could scroll down, please, on both of them. Yeah, and further down, you are asked, what was his role? Do you see that, Mrs. Rappi?
Yes, I read it, yes.
Right. You told the Basic Court of Jakov in this Balanica trial that the duties of the spokesperson were to inform the public about the KLA developments. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's just below that. Does that mean that he also had a role in issuing communiques? And your answer was, no, I don't know about this. That's accurate, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
From your military experience, being a career officer, you'll agree with me that the duties of the spokesperson are the same in any army, correct?
Yes.
In the KLA, there were issues, weren't there? The flow of information was hard to control. Yes?
That's correct.
One of the issues at the time was that local staff in Dukajin, for instance, and Drenica or Lap, the local staff was speaking to the medias. Am I correct?
Yes, there were occasions.
The spokesperson or the general staff to follow all of that media or react to communiques or interviews that were being released in the name of the KLA. Am I correct?
Speculative, Your Honour.
Sustained.
Witness, in any army, you'd agree with me that propaganda is important, especially in a volunteer army like the KLA, yes?
Yes, it applies to every army.
And you'll agree with me that the duties of the spokesperson included using propaganda in favor of the KLA.
Yes, correct.
Regime at the time was calling the KLA a terrorist group and falsely accusing the KLA of committing crimes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Of the KLA's propaganda wasn't only the local Albanian population, but the KLA was also seeking international support at the time, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Was trying to portray the KLA as an organization, a liberation force, not a terrorist group, as Serbia was trying to portray it. correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
In support, you and the general staff understood that the KLA should avoid any actions which could be portrayed as being terrorists. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Call up DRS 00098 to 99. It's the same in the Albanian version. Yes. Now, this is a media article titled "The Prisoner in the Panda Case, the Serbian Aggressor Committed the Crime Wearing a KLA Uniform." This was one of the examples of such actions, wasn't it, Mr. Zarapi, the Panda case, which was denied by the KLA at the time and was only much later confirmed to be a false flag operation. Correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, it is.
Looking at the time, Your Honor, is it appropriate for me to stop here? No.
We'll take the lunch break now. Thank you for your attendance this morning. Please do not talk to anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony. We'll see you back here at 2:30. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Mr. Zarapi, we will continue with Ms. Aldegendra's questioning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zarapi. Your Honours, before I move to the next question, we were referring to the document DRS 00098 before the lunch break. I seek to tender that document, Your Honours.
Any objection?
No, Your Honour.
I believe you included two pages,
Yes.
DRS 00098 to 00099, plus the Albanian translation is admitted.
Will be assigned exhibit number 4D 00067, and it's currently classified as public.
Or is it already public?
Okay, it's
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Mr. Zarapi, you're aware, aren't you, that in July 1998, there were public statements that the KLA was ready to attack Pristina.
I heard about them, yes.
Right. The KLA did not have the capacity to attack any city, let alone Pristina. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
To depict the KLA as being more organized than it actually was. Am I right?
Yes.
If I can have SPOE, I believe it's P775, Exhibit 775. On the screen, please. And the specific page would be SPOE 000068083. Please. Right, it's in the middle of the page. Where's the opinion? Yeah. So in the middle of the page, you were asked about Jakub Krasnici's role in 1998 and 1999. And if I can read you your evidence, from the beginning of June to November 1998, he was spokesman of the KLA General Staff. After November, as part of the restructuring of the General Staff, he was appointed Deputy Commander of the General Staff for Political Affairs. That's accurate, isn't it?
Yes, accurate.
And you confirmed to the prosecution in the preparation session last month that, to your knowledge, the Deputy Commanders were appointed in November 1998. Yes?
Correct.
4D 00011, please. And you recall being shown this document by the prosecution earlier on, yes?
Po.
Yes.
Mrs. Rabi, that this document shows that in the restructuring there were two deputy commanders, yes? One for operations and one for support.
Nuk të në këtë kuptim nuk është mbështet.
In this context, it's not in the sense of logistics support. It's another type of support because logistics had its own base. Support refers to both the political aspects and other aspects that are supposed to be supported by this deputy commander.
I'll come to that in due course. But for the moment, according to this document, it defines operations. There's one deputy commander for operations and one for support, based on these notes. Yes? And I take it that it doesn't refer to logistics. Am I correct?
Po.
Yes.
Opera-
And
Yes, the operations and
my apologies for interrupting.
Po. Për operacione.
yes, for operations and support.
Jakub Krasniqi was appointed as the deputy commander for support. Correct?
Po.
Yes.
Commander for operations. Correct?
Për operacionet. Jo.
Not for the operative, for operations.
Now, between June and September 1998, as a member and then head of operations, you traveled around the zones and the local staffs to meet the commanders and assess their level of organization and readiness. Correct?
Po sakt.
Correct, yes.
Knowledge and expertise, you helped them to build a better structure and develop organization, didn't you?
Sakt.
I did, yes.
Mr. Titch, that when you visited the local staff, you did not have the authority of a commander, but had the authority of an officer with the objective to help them, assist them, and reorganize them. Yes?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Acting on the instructions from the Operations Directorate. That's right, isn't it?
Po.
Yes.
It's true, isn't it, Mr. Zrapi, that as a former military officer, the zone and local commanders turn to you for advice and guidance on issues of structure, organization, and military issues?
Po sakt.
Correct, yes.
During your preparation session and direct examination last week, you were shown another document, and if I can call up P01383, right, you recall being shown this document?
Po.
Yes.
And this is an unsigned report from the zone commander of the Dukajin zone dated the 28th of July, correct?
Po sakt.
Correct.
All receiving this document at the time, but you did tell the prosecution that you had visited the Dukajin zone prior to the date of this report. Yes?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Said you had helped Ramo Sharadi and I build up assault brigades and organize the command. Yes?
I mentioned that I helped him with the structuring of the brigades because the command was already organized.
Ramush Haradinai is doing in this document is informing you about the progress in implementing what you had discussed together with him. Correct?
Unë kur kam qenë atje, po.
When I was there, yes, but not in this document. I did not receive such reports.
The document, he's actually informing you. If you could take a moment to read the document, please. Three assault brigades have been formed at the rear, have been inaugurated, and they have taken the oath. The fourth is in the process of formation. 6 officers have been appointed to each brigade. Yes?
Counselor, you ask him to read the document. You have to give him a chance to do
Sorry,
it.
my apologies.
Po.
Yes?
So although the document is addressed to the General Staff, it's essentially a document that's directed to you as the head of operations on the progress of what was being implemented at the time. Yes?
Është e saktë.
It is correct that it is directed to the operations directorate to inform it, but that doesn't mean that this report reached me. As for the information contained here, we discussed it when I was there, when we exchanged information on the developments with the zones and the brigades. As a report, I did not receive it. During this period, there was fighting going on, and it was impossible for us, and I'm talking about the staff here, to receive reports of this kind.
I'll move now to the LAP zone. You told the prosecution that the first time you went to LAP was after Agim Chelai was killed, when you met with Rustam Mustafa, the zone commander, and his deputy, Kadri Kastrati. Yes? You recall that?
Po.
Yes.
And you had a chance to assess and discuss the level of organization in that zone, didn't you?
Po e saktë.
Correct, yes.
You had with Kadri Kastrati, because like you, he was a former military officer. So it was easier for you to discuss it with him. Am I correct?
Po e saktë.
Correct.
And on that occasion, you also received a number of requests concerning weapons and technical equipment. Would that be correct?
Po e saktë.
Correct.
And Mrs. Rabi, you're aware that Mr. Mustafa has testified before this panel. Yes?
Po kam dëgjuar.
Yes, I've heard about it.
His testimony.
Jo krejt.
Not all of it.
But you'll agree, well, let me know if you're aware, that Mr. Mustafa has accepted that he looked to people like Kadri Castrati and yourself as experienced people who helped him in the efforts at his zone.
Po.
Yes.
Right. Now, witness, you'll recall testifying in the Limai case at the ICTY, that in mid-July 1998, you went to Dukajin with Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Yakub Krasniqi, and others, correct?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
He was the commander of the area, wasn't he?
Po.
Yes.
Ramush Hardi and I briefed you on the structure of the local headquarters at the time, yes?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
And he also told you Nazmi Ibrahimai was the deputy commander and Salih Baseli was the chief of staff, yes?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Dukajin regional staff had been decided prior to that visit to Dukajin. And that was in a meeting on the 23rd of June, 1998. Yes?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Now, if I could call up P1364, please. Has he already mentioned? Could you have a look at the document, please? You can scroll down.
Po.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that based on this document, it shows that members of the operative staff are present at the meeting and they have appointed people to the positions of commander, deputy commander, assistant for moral guidance and political affairs, chief of staff, logistics assistant, assistant for intelligence and counterintelligence. They were all voted and they were proposed and voted by the local staff. Yes? Of the document, I'm sorry.
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
And the minutes of the meeting also confirm that the discussion was centered on having people that will work in key positions, according to that report. Would you agree?
Po.
Yes.
It wasn't the general staff who decided on who should be the commander of the zone. Ramush had been elected as a zone commander, wasn't he?
Po.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the General Staff's visit to the Dukajin area following the change of command. Witness, you wouldn't know or you don't know how the General Staff was informed of the change of command. Is that correct?
På sagt.
Yes, correct.
You went to Dukajin and met with Tarizemai and Haridinai, correct?
Excuse me, which meeting are you referring to?
It's a second meeting.
Mer, på takiminut.
Yes, the second meeting.
Krasniqi was not on that visit with you, was he?
Ja, takiminut.
No, he wasn't during the second meeting.
Now, if I can take you to part 3 of your SPO interview, page 27, that's 1355.3. Now, you were asked, and that's your evidence in this page, you were asked, do you know who had contacted Azim Sula? And your response at lines 11 to 12 was clearly no, correct? And you then added, I think it was Jakub Krasniqi who was in contact with Azim Sula. That's what it reads here. Agree?
Yes, I fully agree.
Right. But when you were asked that question directly, if you knew, you said you did not know who contacted Azim Sula. We'll break it down into parts, witness. Yes? You did not know who had contacted Azim Sula. Yes?
På sagt.
Yes, correct.
When you said, I think it was Jakub Krasniqi who was in contact with him, that was you just simply guessing, wasn't it?
It depends on which period you're referring to, 1998 or 1999.
It's around the change of command in 1998.
With the change of command, the deputy commander should maintain contact with the commander. And now, how that was done, that I don't know. In Dugacini area.
Ja, ja.
No.
You witness, you said, I think it was Jakub Krasniqi who was in contact with Azim Sula. You weren't sure, put it that way. Correct?
For that period of time, yes, correct.
You've also said that Mr. Krasniqi signed an order to appoint the zone commander on Azim Sula's behalf. Now, Mr. Krasniqi was not present during the visit to Dukajini. You'll agree? I mean, you've told us he wasn't there on that visit, yes?
Sagt.
Correct.
Simply the spokesperson, wasn't he?
På.
Yes.
You've not shown us a written order signed by Mr. Krasniqi appointing Mr. Haridinai? You can confirm that?
På sagt.
Yes, that's correct.
Such a document signed by Mr. Krasniqi by the prosecution, have you?
På där.
Correct.
I'm going to move now to the case of Cendescu and Jakub Castrati. Now, you were outside Kosovo when Cendescu and Jakub Castrati were arrested on the 30th of October, 1998, correct?
Po saktë.
Correct.
And at part 3 of your interview, if we could have, well, let's see if you can recall first. At part 3, page 34 and 35 of your interview in 2019, you say that you heard about their arrest when they were released. Is that accurate?
Po saktë.
That's accurate, yes.
Could we have on screen P00093 at timestamp 0000? I just need the still of the start of the video, please. I don't think that's the right video. Sorry. P00093. And if it helps, it's 061 427-12. All right. Yeah. For your information, Mrs. Rabi, this is a footage of the release of Cendescu and Jakub Castrati. Do you recognize the person on the screen? Could you just confirm for us who is the person at the screen?
Po.
Yes, it's Sokol Bashota.
Bashota was representing the KLA at that release, correct?
Si po shifet po.
From what you can see, yes.
You weren't in Kosovo at the time of the arrest, so you wouldn't know who ordered the arrest. Is that correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
You were arrested either, do you?
Jo.
I don't.
And in 2019, you've told the prosecution, and this is at part 3, page 35, I don't know who could have issued the order, whether it was the commander or the deputy commander. I don't know. That's what you've said in your interview. Now, clearly you were telling the prosecution that you did not know who issued the order, correct?
Boss.
Yes.
It was the commander or the deputy commander. You were simply guessing. You just didn't know, right?
Посигуриште?
Yes, certainly.
Also on page 35, you've told the prosecution that on the level of the general staff, the higher level, it was issued through that body. It would have been the commander or the deputy commander if it had come to that. You go on to say in your statement. Now again, when you say if it had come to that, again, you didn't know, correct?
Po, nuk e kam ditë, po
I did not know. However, the way the question was asked, the answer was that it would have been either the commander or his deputy, as per the rules.
Just so we are clear, Mrs. Rapi, you do not know who ordered the arrest and why they were arrested.
ishte shumë I qartë çdo herë.
I have been very, very clear every single time. No, I did not know.
And at that time, one of the issues was that you were receiving information that there were also other incidents in other areas where soldiers were arresting civilians, confiscating their items, and not behaving correctly. Yes?
Po, pastaj.
Yes, afterwards.
These instances of alleged incorrect behavior of the KLA soldiers towards the civilians were certainly not on orders of the zone commanders or the general staff, were they?
Po, qartë është.
That's correct, yes.
You issued an order, to put it in your own words, to everyone to cover everything on how they were to behave themselves. Those are your words, correct?
Po, qartë.
Yes.
Now, as we've seen earlier in the document that I showed you earlier, P775, Jakub Krasniqi was appointed deputy commander for support on the 12th of November 1998 in the restructuring meeting. Yes?
Po.
Right.
Yes.
And was to inform the public of the KLA developments.
Po, dhe detyrë ka pas.
And at the time,
Yes, he had that task as well.
and at the time of the arrest of Cendescu and Jakub Kastrati, Mr. Krasniqi was the spokesperson. Correct?
Po, dera tjerë nuk ka qenë restu.
The restructuring had not been completed by then. It was done later, yes.
Are you also aware, witness, that Mr. Sean Burns from the USK DOM in Kosovo has given evidence that he was dealing with so-called Bashota on the release of Cendescu and Jakub Kastrati? Are you aware of that?
Më herë nuk kam ditë më.
I wasn't aware of it at the time. However, we learned later through testimonies.
Now, at part 3, page 5 of your 2019 interview, you also said that after fighting in Rahovec, you made inquiries with local units. Is that accurate? This is on Rahovec now. We've moved to Rahovec. This is at part 3, page 5 of your interview.
So have we moved on to Rahovec now? Can you clearly state what the question is?
Now to Rahovec, and you've said that after the fighting in Rahovec, you made inquiries with the local units. Yes?
I do not understand the question. What inquiries are we talking about?
Take you to part 3 of your interview, page 6. It starts at page 5 and goes on to page 6, I believe. Yeah. After the events in Rahovec, witness, you went there, you spoke to the local staff, am I correct?
Yes, I kept speaking to local staffs during the fighting too, because without that it wouldn't have been able to organize the defense line from Rahovec to Malishev, if that is what you're inquiring about, that is. Or is there another question? Because I'm having difficulty understanding the question. Are we talking about inquiries or an investigation here?
Right? Now, Sokol Boshota was also one of them who gave you some information when you arrived there. Am I correct?
Yes.
That you did not report the information that you received about Rahovec to anyone else in the general staff at the time, correct?
It is correct that the staff members were there, present when the information was coming from the local staffs, so they were fully aware and there was no need to report.
Right, but you didn't keep any written record of the information that you had been receiving at the time, did you?
No, most definitely not. I wasn't able to look after myself during those offensives, let alone note down reports.
Right, and at page 6 of your interview, if I can read, you were asked, did the general staff receive later retrospective reports on what had unfolded in Rahovec? And your answer is, from what I know, no, because I then had to deal with other attacks and I had to address issues in other zones. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, it is correct.
And you go on to say that the information that you had was given to Sokol Boshota as well as yourself, correct? From the local staff.
Yes.
Had informed anyone else of the information that he had received. You wouldn't know that.
I wouldn't.
Can I get this to you? Now, in part 2 of your interview in 2019, and I'm at part 2, page 24, for the court's reference. You've said that it was the zone commander's responsibility to inform the spokesperson, Jakub Krasniqi, about the success of attacks. I'm going to put it to you, Mrs. Rapi, that the zone commanders did not report to Jakub Krasniqi. Do you agree with that?
Wanneer pyetjen edhe
Can you ask the question again? Because I did not understand it fully.
You in 2019, you have told the SPO that the zone commander's responsibility was to inform the spokesperson, Jakub Krasniqi, about the success of attacks. Right? So I'm going to put it to you that the zone commanders did not report to Jakub Krasniqi. Would you agree with that?
raportet janë bërë.
The reports by zone commanders were sent on. They also reported when they came up to report in person, and that was given to the spokesman.
I'm talking about the summer 1998 period when Jakub Krasniqi was still the spokesperson. I'm still in that period, Mrs. Rapi.
Po mirë, tash e kuptoj se.
Yes, I understand it now. If you mention the dates, then I can be more specific. At that time, he was not a spokesman. He was not a deputy. He was a spokesman.
Person at the time.
Po qartë.
Yes.
I believe there's a transcript error, Your Honours. Yes, he's corrected it. Yeah, can we have that corrected, please? He says he was a spokesperson at the time, not the deputy commander.
Ask it over again, and that will
Right.
correct it.
In that period, Mrs. Rapi, you'll agree with me that Jakub Krasniqi was a spokesperson, not a deputy commander. Yes?
Po, kështu është.
Yes, correct.
We're not reporting to the spokesperson, Jakub Krasniqi, correct?
Po, kështu është.
That's right.
And if I can go to page 24, part 2 of your interview. When asked if it would have been the responsibility of the operational zone commander to communicate the results to the General Staff and would have done so at the time through the spokesperson, your response was, that must have been like this because at the time the zones couldn't quite communicate with the staff. Now that's a mistake, isn't it?
Në atë kohë është e vërtet që s'kam.
It was true that particularly during the summer of 1998, it wouldn't have been able to have those kinds of contacts or that kind of reporting because staff members were dispersed all over the place, not concentrated in one single location that would enable them to receive reports.
The question is more focused on you saying that, or at least agreeing that must have been like this, in the sense that it was the zone commanders reporting through the spokesperson. That didn't happen, did it? At the time.
Qartë, po.
Correct, yes.
Now I'm going to move on to what you've said on investigations when you were interviewed by the prosecution. And this is at part 3, page 18 of your interview. Again, we're talking about that period. Yes, Mrs. Rapi? Now, what you say here is, I personally didn't have any time to deal with this issue or to investigate every incident that had happened earlier on. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
Yes,
po je saktë.
it is.
At the time, it was difficult for me. It was difficult talking about you investigating. Yes?
Po,
Yes.
Now, you've explained the difficulties that you had to investigate the incidents that you had been informed of, but you'll agree with me, you did not say to the prosecution that it wasn't your responsibility at the time to investigate, looking at the two answers you've given. Yes?
Çka e di, kam shpjeguar dhe ato.
I explained it earlier that it was not up to the operations directorate to investigate.
I'll move on. Now this is now the 28th of November. We're now at the 28th of November period when you say you have issued the order. At part 4, page 15, you've said that you were visiting the zones in person, you received the complaints about arrests of civilians. Yes, I'm now coming back to that period. And you say that these complaints from the zones should have been reported to the commander, Azim Sula. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
Yes.
Complaints from the zones when you were going from location to location, right? But that should have been rightly communicated to the commander, Azim Sula. Am I correct?
po, no.
Yes.
You personally, Mrs. Rabi, would not know whether the zones ever reported these same complaints to anyone else. Do you agree?
Po, kështu është.
I agree, yes.
Now, at part 4, page 19 of your interview with the SPO, you then say that you reported those concerns to the commander and also to the spokesperson. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
Yes.
That in November 1998, it was you who issued that order of 28th November 1998. And the reference is 1D00029. Do you want to see the document? Mrs. Rob?
s'ka nevojë të shoh, po është.
There is no need for me to see it, but yes, I signed it.
And on the 3rd of July, you've told this court that it was the General Commander, Azim Sula, that you consulted as Chief of Staff before issuing this order. That's correct, yes?
Po saktë.
That's correct.
And you were very clear when you spoke to the prosecution, weren't you, that it was only the General Commander that you had consulted before you had issued that document, Azim Sula, not Jakub Krasniqi. Correct?
Po,
Yes. Yes, and I stated it very clearly, and I'm repeating it again today.
Moving on to part 5 of your interview, and we're at part 5, page 12 for the record. Speaking of the situation on collaborators, you've given some evidence on that, you will recall, Mrs. Rapi? Yeah. Now at part 5, page 12, what you say here is that you discussed the situation with Azim Sula, and you then communicated the order to other members of the General Staff at a meeting in November 1998. Is that accurate?
Po, mas ju shkruar dhe mërkur dhe
Yes, after this order had been written up, it was communicated to the others.
And you called for a meeting for that purpose, didn't you?
jo veç me këtë qëllim.
Not for this purpose alone. There were other issues of reporting, but most of it was reporting on other issues.
And you were asked by the prosecution, did everybody concur with you, or did you have opposition at this meeting? And your response was, I don't really remember this part. I just want to be sure, Mrs. Rapi, that after 25 years you'll agree that you also cannot be sure today who was at the meeting, who concurred, and who did not. Yes?
Po sakt.
Correct, yes.
And you'll agree with me that at such meetings, not this meeting alone in particular, but at such meetings, you were the professional military expert. You had the military experience in the background in such meetings. Yes?
Po nga aspekti ushtarak, po.
Yes, from a military point of view, yes.
And after you consulted with the General Commander, and I'm now at page 11, part 5 of your interview, you have said that after you consulted with the General Commander, you gave instructions how things had to go forward and how they had to act in the future. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
General Staff, Mrs. Rabi, you'll agree with me, generally relied on you as the high-ranking military professional in such matters, correct?
Në aspektet ushtarake, po.
On military matters, yes.
And after the order was issued, you go on to say that you had a follow-up meeting with the zone commanders to explain the order, yes, and also to discuss other matters like staff needs, requests, and organization of the army. Correct?
Po, takimet kanë qenë.
Yes. We met the zone commanders, during which we discussed a number of other requests. Amongst them, it was this one too.
Now, on the 3rd of July, last week, Mr. Misic showed you a document, the FARC-KLA agreement, a document that was signed on behalf of the KLA. Do you recall that document? If I could call up DHT 03873 to 3877. I believe it's been marked as an exhibit.
Your Honor, if I may clarify for the record that document has been assigned the exhibit number 1D00166. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And the specific page reference would be DHT 03876 in the English, and the Albanian is at page 061170, please. That's page 44 of the PDF. Page, not 44, page 4, my apologies. Yes, you recall being shown this document, Mr. Zarabi?
Po,
Yes.
Now, this document shows the composition of a new structure for the general staff of the Cayley, which was agreed by you in those negotiations. Do you agree?
po, kështu është.
Yes, correct.
According to the document, it proposed Agim Cheku as commander, 2 deputy commanders, Sokol Bashota and Ismet Alia. That's right, isn't it?
Po, kështu është saktë.
It is correct.
Nietzsche's name does not appear on this document, does it?
Është saktë, ç'është.
Correct.
That no role was envisaged for Jakub Krasniqi in the general staff in October 1998. Would that be correct?
Me ndryshimet ato bisedime që ka
Yes, through this sort of negotiation, yes. However, at that time, he did have his own role as spokesman.
And he remained the spokesperson throughout, didn't he, Mrs. Rabi? Your answer was lost. Did we get the answer? We got the answer. And the primary person...
Yes, not at this time.
Who is considered for the position of deputy commander was Sokol Bashota, right?
Po.
Yes.
Time.
We'll give you a 5-minute break now, witness. I'm sorry, it'll be 10 minutes. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring in the witness. Ms. Alejandra will continue, Mr. Zarabi.
Mrs. Rabi, I'm now going to move to ask you a few questions on Mr. Azim Sula. Yeah? Now, you met Azim Sula in Tirana in the spring of 1998 before you entered Kosovo, correct?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
And according to preparation note 2, paragraph 16 to 17, You've said you were outside Kosovo in the period of September 1998 till November 1998. Is that correct?
Po exakt.
Yes, that's correct.
You said that whilst you were outside Kosovo, you did not have contact with general staff members inside Kosovo, including Jakub Krusnici. That's accurate, isn't it?
Po exakt.
That's accurate, yes.
Paragraph 17 of preparation note 2, and I'll read, for developments that were happening in Kosovo at the time, your source of information was Azim Sula, correct?
That's incomplete.
Po,
Overruled.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Now, in answer to questions from Mr. Misetic on 4th July, okay. I'll repeat my question because we don't have an answer on record, Mr. Serapi. For the developments that were happening in Kosovo at the time, your source of information was Azim Sula.
po,
Yes.
Two questions from Mr. Misetic on the 4th of July. You confirmed that as Chief of Staff, you reported to Azim Sula and received instructions from him, correct?
Përsëri pyetni në cilën periudhë?
Could you please repeat your question? Which period of time?
Staff. Period when you were Chief of Staff.
Po,
Yes.
Misetic, on the 4th of July, you've said that you reported to Azim Sula and received instructions from him. You recall that?
po, kjo në
Yes. I said for one part.
And in 2019, you told the prosecution that Azim Sula was in Kosovo in December 1998. Would that be correct?
po,
Yes.
Kosovo in January 1999, around the time of the Rachak massacre? Yes?
po exakt.
Yes, correct.
Azim Sula was also in Kosovo in February 1999, prior to the Rambouillet negotiations?
Shkurt, nuk e di, nuk më.
February, I can't remember about February. When they came back from Rambouillet, yes. But before that, I don't know.
But he left from Kosovo for the negotiations, didn't he? Mrs. Rapi.
Po, kur kanë ardhur herën e
When they came back from Rambouillet, when we commanders met, yes, he went from there because he came back with a delegation and they left from Kosovo. But before that, I don't know.
Take you to part 14 of your interview. That's 01355.14. Page 9. I can read it to you. My apologies. What you say here is he came again in February before the discussions began in Rambouillet, and then he went to Rambouillet and then came, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of February, and after that he didn't come back. So you speak about him coming there before and after. Does that refresh your memory?
po, u them.
Yes, before was also January.
Right. I'd like to take you to some of the photographs that you were shown on Tuesday, Mrs. Rapi. If you could have on the screen P01402, please. I can just say 1402. Now, you recall being shown this photograph and recognizing yourself, Mr. Thaçi, and Mr. Salimi, yes? Now, your
Posa.
evidence,
Yes, correct.
your evidence is that this picture was taken in the provisional government in Chateaury village. Do you recall that?
Po, kam thënë në objekt.
Yes. In the facility in Fshati Iri.
Correcting me. Now, behind them, behind those seated, do you see a shelf with books behind them?
Po,
Yes?
The books, do you also see a Polaroid photograph? There's a photograph in the middle, yes?
jo.
No.
Atë librat, po.
By the books, yes.
Yes. If you could now have 1403 on the screen, please. Now, you were also shown this photograph, and your evidence is that it was taken in the same place, correct?
Po, ashtu kam thënë sa më
Correct. That's what I said as far as I remember.
In the background? You'll agree?
Po, shohim libra.
Yes, we see books, same.
Now, I'd like you to be a little bit more specific. It's the same bookshelf, isn't it? As the previous photograph I showed you? The same bookshelf with that photograph in front of it?
Pa, si më duket, po.
As far as I can see, yes.
You can now have 1405 on the screen, please. Now, on 2nd of July, when you... First, do you recall being shown this photograph? Mrs. Rapi?
Po,
Yes?
You've identified the location where this photograph is taken as being the White House in Divyak. Now, you'll agree with me that the same bookshelves with the same photograph appears behind those seated. Am I correct?
po.
Yes.
Was taken in a different place. Could you have been mistaken?
Si pikpare të nuk kam thonë që këto
First of all, when I described these photographs, I said this could be those locations. I did not say that these are certainly those locations. It is possible, yes.
So it's possible that a mistake was made. Now, looking at
Just
the
a
three...
minute, he hasn't answered.
Kamusi.
It is possible. Even when I described then, I said, I think these are the places, but not that I was 100% sure.
Just to confirm, there are no photographs in, there are no dates on any of the photographs that have just been shown to you, correct?
Po, exakt.
Correct, yes.
Position to confirm when specifically these photographs were taken. Yes?
Po, unë kujtohet kam
As far as I remember, I said that these photographs could have been taken somewhere in November or December, but I do not remember the exact dates.
Going back to your evidence that the restructuring of the general staff began around the 12th of November 1998. It's correct, isn't it, that it was after this time that the general staff settled in Divjak?
po sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
This would be the first time the general staff had a stable location?
Po.
Yes.
That the general staff members were always on the move. Due to the Serbian offensive, it was impossible to have a permanent location or headquarters, correct?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, there was no administration system whatsoever, was there?
Po, s'ka pas.
There wasn't, no, there was nothing.
And in November 1998, due to the relatively calm period after the ceasefire agreement, the General Staff had an opportunity to work on its internal organization. Do you agree with that?
Po, e vërtet.
Yes, that's true.
And as this process progressed, everyone was doing what they could without necessarily having a strict division of roles. Do you agree with that?
Po, deri në këtë.
Yes, up to this moment.
Right. When you were interviewed in 2011, you gave a description of the location in Divjak, the three houses. Do you recall that?
Po,
Yes,
There being a white house where Jakub Krasniqi stayed together with Adam Grabosi and Rambuja. Is that accurate?
po, është e vërtet.
yes. It is true. Jakub Krasniqi, Ram Boja, Adem Grabowski from time to time, and Sokol Dobruna were at the White House.
Then there was a separate building where you stayed together with other members of the operational directorate. Yes?
Po,
Yes, the next building was where I was stationed. Both the operations directorate and the communications directorate were there.
Right. And in that building, apart from yourself, there was Naim Maloko? Yes?
kur e ceka në drejtori
When I mentioned operations directorate, it means that he was there, he was part of that directorate, Naim Maloku. The interpreter did not get the second name.
Could you repeat the second name for the court, please?
Naim Maloku,
Naim Maloku and Sari Veseli were at the operations directorate.
on checkar vad heter direktör?
No, I mentioned earlier, Musia Shari was a director of the communications directorate. As I mentioned earlier, in this house, both the operations directorate and the communication directorate were headquartered.
In that building with you, yes?
På.
Yes.
The name is Safetsula? In that building?
På.
Yes. Yes, there was.
Do you remember, Mrs. Rapi, that there was a computer and a printer in the White House?
På computeren.
Yes, the computer, yes.
And do you remember an individual named Ahmed Marina being in Divyak at the time?
Som går inte ihåg namnet.
I can't remember other names. I know that there were many, but I can't remember all of their names.
If it helps you to remember, he was dealing with administrations, typing out documents. Does that ring a bell? He was the one who was mainly using the computer there?
Mun mukana pun.
It could be, but to tell you the truth, I don't remember. I really don't.
There were also people that were going in and out of the White House quite often, correct?
På sagt.
Yes, correct.
And to your knowledge, the computer there was not password protected, was it?
Excuse me, could you please repeat the question?
Computer, if they wanted to. Do you agree?
No. No kedi, no medit.
I don't know. I cannot say yes or no. I wasn't there close by to see who was using it and how it was used.
Specifically, who was preparing what document on that computer? Would that be correct?
Sagt.
Correct.
The members of the operational directorate also used that building, didn't they?
Simen Doneka pardon.
What do you mean using it?
The building was also being used by people from the operational directorate. The same computer was being used in the White House.
Let us be clear. When you say facility, that's a different thing, and the computer is a different thing. I don't know. It is possible that it was used.
The computer. Let's be specific.
Councillor, he's answered the question.
Right. Okay. Is it there on the... And later on, the operational directorate in the second house that you were at also had its own computer, correct?
No, I did not have a computer. I had a typewriter, a mechanical typing machine.
And that was operated by Safetsula?
Ajo është tjetër pjesë që përdor të se vetë.
That's a different thing with Safed Sula. That was during the training period that comes later. That's when the computer was used, when the training began of communications officers. During that training period, yes, there was a computer.
Boss, please.
When the training started from January, February, the communications directorate had a computer where it organized the trainings and kept notes of them, of its own documents.
Was there also someone by the name of Shipa Ahmeti there at the time?
Yes, Shipa Ahmeti was at the staff.
And it would be correct, isn't it, that Safed Sula and Shipa Ahmeti were the ones using that computer as well during that period? We are in January, February 99. Yes?
Yes, in January and February during the trainings.
Now, is it possible, Mrs. Rapi, prior to January or February 1999, that the computer at the White House were also used by people from the operational directorate if they had a document to print?
Speculative and asked and answered.
Sustained.
Put it this way. Mrs. Rabi, are you aware of documents that had to be printed and typed on a computer first and printed in the period prior to January, February 1999 from the operational directorate? Are you aware of any of them?
It's during the time of the restructuring when we were translating the duties and responsibilities of the directors. Yes, because we did not have another computer, and sometimes it was used to type this material and distribute it to the directorates.
Aware also if at the time they were using floppy disks. Now I moved to the period of January to February. Was it possible that there was also the use of floppy disks to transfer information between the two computers, the one at the operational directorate as well as the one in the White House? Could have happened, couldn't it?
I'm not aware, no. I don't know.
Do you remember someone by the name of Isa Krasniqi being there?
Yes.
Wasn't he?
Radio Kosovo.
Radio Kosovo Elir or Kosovo Press.
He was often in Divjak, wasn't he?
Yes, I saw him often enough.
And he also had access to the computer and used that computer, didn't he?
I don't know. It's not that I was keeping guard on who was using the computer.
Tuesday last week, and this is the transcript of 2nd July, page 17460 for the court's reference. You told the prosecution that when you re-entered Kosovo in November 1998, you brought with you a number of stamps that you had made in Albania. Do you recall that?
poco come ardhan kemi.
Yes, we had a few stamps that had been made in Albania upon our return, which had, in the meantime, been made, and they belong to the general staff.
And according to you, you had the stamp of the staff, of the directorates, the zones, and of the operational directorate. Correct?
Sam kujtohet kur kemi
If I remember correctly, we did have a few, but I can't recall exactly what they were.
On the 2nd of July. That's Tuesday last week. That's what you've said. Anyway. Can we have on screen P00622, please? And if we could scroll to the bottom to the signature and stamp, please. I'll have to use your screen because mine's just terrible. The next page, please. Now you were shown this document on last Tuesday, and you have confirmed that it's an order that you signed with the stamp of the General Staff. Yes?
po sakt.
Correct, yes.
We could now have on the screen P631, please. Again, if we could go to the bottom of the page, please. Or is it the next page? It's at the bottom. Again, this is your signature, Mr. Zarapi, and the stamp is that of the General Staff. Correct?
Po sakt.
That's correct.
Right. Now I go to your 2019 statement, and for the court's reference, it's part 6, page 3. You told the prosecution in 2019, and I quote, "I did not have the seal of the General Staff. The seal was kept by the commander and the deputy commander." Is it possible that you had made a mistake when you said that in 2019, Mr. Zarapi?
Jo as pak.
No, not at all. What they said was accurate.
Well, we can see documents have been signed and stamped with the General Staff stamp by you, Mr. Zarapi. So my question is, when you said you did not have the seal of the General Staff, that could have been a mistake? Is it possible?
Jo, nuk është gabim.
It is not a mistake. I stated it properly. It is the stamp of the General Staff and signed up, but return back to the to the front page. To the front page of this document, please.
Shikone nalt protokollin.
If you see the protocol number 105111, that's a protocol that belongs to the commander of the staff or his deputy. So for these orders had to be done in coordination with the commander or his deputy, which is why they receive the stamp of the General Staff and receives the number of protocol that belongs to the General Staff. If it had been mine and mine alone, it would have been different, please.
that stamp. That's what we see from the two documents just shown to you, correct?
Vetëm në atëherë kur
Only on those occasions where an order ought to be sent to the zones, and that had to go through the commander or his deputy.
Question is very simple, Mr. Zarapi. We've seen two documents, you've signed them, you've placed the general staff stamp on it, you had access to the general staff stamp. That's, to put it very simply, correct?
të kesh qatë
Having access is something else, but this is something done in cooperation with the commander, his deputy, and that is stamped. And it is true, it was used for these purposes, and I explained clearly what those purposes were.
Right. Now, during the preparation session, you were shown several documents which you identified to have been signed by Jakub Krasniqi. Do you recall those, Mr. Zarapi?
po, mi kanë tregu disa dokumente.
Yes, some were shown.
Yeah, I know it's an obvious answer, but you will agree with me that you are no handwriting expert? You're not a handwriting expert, are you?
Është saktë nuk kam esper.
Clearly not, I'm not.
And you just told us that you and Mr. Krasniqi were in different buildings, and you were not there to see what was happening in the other building, right?
Po nuk mund të
I won't be able to personally witness everything that happens, yes, that's right.
Several of those documents you have told us you saw for the first time here when they were shown to you by the prosecution. Am I correct?
po ka, është vërtet.
Yes, it's true.
So would it be correct to say that you've seen them here for the first time, you've seen the signature, you identified to be Jakub Krasniqi's, but you were not physically present when those particular documents were signed?
Unë s'kam thënë asnjëherë që kam
I never claimed to have said that I was present when such documents were signed.
That, Mr. Zarapi. Now, so when you identified the signature of Jakub Krasniqi on the documents that were being shown to you by the prosecution, it was because either there was a name typed Jakub Krasniqi or the signature spelled out Jakub Krasniqi. Would that be correct?
Spjegëparjet në shkrimin e njohur.
First of all, I'm familiar with the signature because there were numerous other documents, even documents of authorizing my free movement had been signed up by Jakub Krasniqi. The Mr. Jakub Krasniqi's signature is quite clearly identifiable for me. So I am identifying it based on the knowledge that I had of this signature at the time, and that is what I've said.
Signature, you say you are very familiar. Yes?
Po, folim për atë kohë, kom njoh shumë mirë se kom
I'm referring to that time. I was able to identify it very clearly because it was in the document that authorized me to move around.
And just out of curiosity, that document that for your movement was not given to you at the time you were asked to identify the signature to compare? Just to be sure. You're relying on a document that was signed for your movement. Was that document given to you to compare with the signatures of Mr. Krasniqi at the time the prosecution showed you these documents that you had just seen for the first
Your
time?
Honour, the witness has answered his basis. This is very repetitive.
Sustained.
If I could have SPOE 00225-249. On the screen, please.
Your Honor, just to clarify for the record, it has been, this document was assigned exhibit number P00626. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can scroll down to the bottom, please. Now, in the preparation session, Mr. Zerapi, you were shown this document and you identified this to be the signature of Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, correct?
Po.
Yes.
I can now have on the screen P11175, please. For these purposes, the Albanian version of both documents side by side, please. So that's P1175 and the P626, please. And if we can scroll down to the signature, please. Right. The question is a very simple one, Mrs. Zerapi, and you can answer it with a yes or no. Would you agree with me that the two signatures on these two documents are different?
Po, to possible.
Yes, they appear to be different.
I'd like to now move on to the restructuring period. That's the 12th November 1998 period. We can take the documents down, thank you. Now, you've given evidence, Mrs. Zerapi, on Monday that the restructuring process started on the 12th of November 1998 and it continued through December, January and February, but it was never completed. Do you recall that?
Po, sakt.
Yes, it's accurate.
Agree with me that it would naturally take time for the general staff to become a functional entity, wouldn't it?
Po.
Yes.
When you joined the general staff in 1998, June, you were the only member with such previous military experience on the staff. Would that be correct?
Po, unë dhe Agim.
Yes, it was myself and Agim Çele.
And just so we have the date, Agim Çele was killed on what day? And Agim Çele was killed in July 1998, yes?
Po.
Yes.
And when the general staff was restructured in November of 1998, again, you were the only military professional on the staff. Is that correct?
Jo veç unë, po kom pas.
No, There was Sali Veseli, named Maloko, and others who were professional soldiers.
Yeah. Let me be more specific then. It's besides you and the officers in the Operations Directorate. You were the military professionals in the Operations Directorate. The career officers. Am I correct? Did he give an answer on the record?
Posakt.
Yes, correct.
If I can start with Azim Sula, the General Commander, he did not have any military background, did he?
Posakt.
Correct. Did not.
And Sokol Bashota, the Deputy Commander for Operations, he didn't have any military background either, did he?
Joo.
Correct.
And Mr. Thaçi
Joo.
was not a trained officer, was he?
Joo.
He was not.
Wasn't he?
Po.
Yes.
He had no military knowledge whatsoever, did he? He was a teacher. Yes?
Posakt.
Correct.
And Mr. Recep Salimi, he also did not have a military background, did he?
Po, ashtu është.
Correct. Yes.
Po.
Yes.
Bruna, you've told us, was a lawyer by profession, with a legal qualification, but no military background. Would you agree?
Po, qartë.
Correct. Yes.
And without going through them one by one, I'll just mention some names. Adam Grabotsi, Kadri Veseli, Zavit Haliti, Rambuya. They didn't have any military experience either, did they?
Posakt.
Correct. Yes.
And Fatme Limai, Lahi Brahimai, Baradluja, and Amacharichi. None of them were trained military officers either, were they? They had no military experience, did they?
Nuk kanë qenë oficer karriere, jo.
They weren't career officers, no.
And you'd agree with me that none of these individuals had the experience or the qualification to hold any of these posts in a regular army. Would you agree?
Po të ishte një ushtë rregull.
In a regular army, yes, that would be right.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to another section. If you could continue tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you.
Witness, you will be excused today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. You'll be only one session tomorrow, so you will be finished by 11 o'clock. Thank you for being with us today. Please remember not to speak with anyone about your testimony in this courtroom. If someone tries to talk to you, please let us know immediately. You may now leave the courtroom with the court usher. Thank you, Mr. Duty Counsel, as well.
Thank you, Judge Smith. I have a question for the Krasniqi defense, Ms. Alejandra. The computer shown today in exhibits P1402, 3, and 5 seems to be very important to your case. Perhaps you can help the panel understand the importance of this particular computer to your case, and the same goes for the standing objection on the basis of what you called workstation and a potential connection between the two. It doesn't have to be today, but maybe, or we would be very grateful if we could get an explanation on this soon. As I said, it doesn't have to be today. Don't want to put you on the spot.
Certainly. I'll give it first thing in the morning tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Emerson, yes.
Yes, I was just going to put down a marker. I have a couple of short matters to raise at the end of Ms. Allegendra's cross-examination and prior to re-examination. They're mainly in the nature of housekeeping, but there's one document I want to seek permission to ask a further question on.
I thought you wanted it to talk about it at the end of today.
No.
But
No. Oh, sorry, there's something. Oh, I do apologise. With entirely separate submissions, there is something apparently that needs to be brought up today.
Ms. Rowan?
Your Honour, yes, my apologies for the confusion. We had sent an email to CMU indicating there was a brief matter arising out of this morning's oral order. Your Honour this morning had made an oral order relating to two previous filings, those being 2279 and 2312. It's right that both our defence and the Salimi defence had previously requested from the trial panel that there be scheduling in relation to arguments that arise out of these issues. The reason we had requested scheduling is because these two matters, in our view, are matters that require dealing with sequentially. In our submission, the motion that this panel is primarily seized with at present is a motion from the SPO to amend their exhibit list. If the SPO succeed in that application, other matters arise. If the SPO fail in that motion, no matters arguably arise from that. And what we were seeking to establish was an order from the panel in relation to any argument that would arise in the event that the SPO are successful. So if this material is admitted and they are allowed to amend, if this material is permitted to be added to the exhibit list, questions of admissibility and or exclusion then arise. In our submission, it's premature at this point for there to be any motion under Rule 138 from the defence to seek to exclude material that is not yet admitted. Now, Your Honour this morning had said that should the defence wish to add two submissions in light of the Court of Appeal ruling, that be done by Tuesday. So what we simply wanted to clarify is that what the panel had in mind was that the submissions to which amendments are permitted at this stage is simply the response to the application to amend the exhibit list. As in our submission, that is the only live issue at the moment, and that the panel does not anticipate and is not requesting any independent motions from the defence seeking to exclude material not yet in evidence.
Ms. Rowan, we are simply asking if anybody wants to respond to their motion to admit, do it under the schedule. That's it.
Excellent, thank you. It was simply because Thaçi defence has a motion separate, which is in relation to exclusion, and that was mentioned by the panel at the same time as the prosecutions, and we simply wish to clarify that we are not being asked to deal with that.
You may file an argument about it if you wish, but you're not required to do anything.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honour, may I just update the panel that there was an exchange between us, I think some weeks or possibly months ago, about the Kresnici defence's access to a number of the underlying filings. I just wanted to update the panel that we did make that request following, I think, the exchange with His Honour Judge Metro. And I think on Monday we began receiving some 78 filings. Of course, by Tuesday we can supplement the application as it relates to the exhibit list. That's not a problem. But I think we'd struggle to do anything very much more substantive. But as I understand the last exchange, we're not required to at this stage.
We want to know what the position of everybody is on vis-a-vis their tendering of a group of exhibits, in or out. We'll make the ruling following that.
Well, at this stage, they haven't been tendered. It's just adding them to the exhibit list, if I understood correctly.
That's right. Yeah, it's I don't know how you could make it more complicated.
I'm trying not to, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I have one other issue, but it's much more simple and hopefully doesn't require any intellectual curiosity. It merely requires a response from the prosecution to what's happening next week and after the recess. You know, I believe I've raised this a couple of times, and so my colleagues, I will leave it to you then, Your Honour. Thank you.
Sorry. Could you respond to that? I wasn't on mic.
Yes, certainly, but I'd just like to know if there's any change in the Krasniqi defence estimates first, or if they anticipate taking all of the session tomorrow, because that does impact.
As I indicated, Your Honours, we will be taking the whole of tomorrow's session, that's 2 hours, and we may need to revert to the original estimate that I provided of 8 hours, given the volume of material that we do have to go through with this witness. So it would continue on Monday, most likely.
Thank you. So on that basis, witness 4260, just to advise the court, that's a shorter witness but is not available next week. The two witnesses that would be available, based on current estimates, we don't think would finish within 1 day. And we have noted that the Shala judgment has been scheduled in the courtroom for Tuesday afternoon. We had originally thought maybe we could start the witness Tuesday afternoon and then finish. Given that that's not the case and we don't have certainty on when the current witness will finish, our proposal would be not to call a second witness next week, because we don't want anyone to hang over the block and not finish during the sessions that we have available.
The next thing was to tell you that Tuesday we have been preempted for the final session because of the announcement of a decision in another case. And there's nothing we can do about that. So, thank you very much. Does that clarify any?
Clarifies the first part. Yes, that's clear for next week. I believe last week I'd also requested information on witnesses after the recess, and from my understanding, Ms. Lawson's colleague had suggested that hopefully by this Wednesday they would be able to give that information. I'm not sure if that was the shared understanding, but any update for witnesses
Perhaps
after the recess would be very much appreciated.
Perhaps tomorrow we could have that, since today's Wednesday.
We'll be sending it by email after this session. We just needed to know what was happening next week before we could give the answer on the next block. But we'll be giving the answer for the next block this evening by email, and then we'll be doing the normal 3-month filing next week.
One other thing as to the question about the roadmap from this morning, you really have two options here. Do you have any objection? Are you going to okay the release of the entire document to the defense, or are you going to redact some items? And if so, how long will it take you to get the redactions completed?
Yes, we received the panel's instruction by email. We'll be filing a CRV in line with the timeline indicated in the email, which I believe was the 15th.
We'll have something by the 15th, and then we'll rule on it, probably effective the end of the break.
All rise.